Hey everyone, how is it going? So, stepping out of the comfort zone big time here, I'm going to do a bunch of stuff I haven't done before. What better place to do it than live? But I want to get better at live, and there's one way to get better. Before I start, next week exactly, hey everyone, let me pause how is it going? Every single time. The live stream delayed in my face. Exactly in a week from now, right now, same time, same place, I will be running my Epic Web Pixel Perfect Figma to Tailwind CSS workshop with about 25 people, 24 I think, 25 including me. And so it's gonna be a whole day of live presenting, coding, hanging out. So I better get comfortable being live. That said, usually I would be freaking out at this point a week before the stream starts, the workshop starts, and I'm actually excited because I'm super prepared and I know it's going to be fun. So, today is something different. You may have noticed that my good friend John Myers and I say good friend, we have never met in person, but we need to fix this. We live in the same country. It's a big country, but still we approximately close compared to the rest of the world. We revived. Why do I keep putting my hand here? I think I like the effect. We revived the NavBar podcast together. I'm super happy about this. It's the version 2, which is more casual and windows open and fun. And so we got really excited, and then John sent me a little link to a mini scaffolding of a website with Astro that does one thing, and it's allow people to suggest a question or a topic for an episode. So it gives us some content to think about. And basically it's a form that you can send, and it uses the Notion API, and it creates a little card in our little board of organization. And so he sent me that completely unstyled, just with an API endpoint that hits the Notion API. And he said, hey, style this, and then we have a mini website. And then I thought, hey, what if I did more? And what if I did a list of episodes? And then, because you might know I do some work on Keystatic, which we build at ThinkMill, I thought, hey, managing markdown file for podcast episodes is a pretty cool thing that Keystatic is good at. So I thought, heck, you know what? Let's build a fun little website. I have no idea what it's going to look like, what it's going to do, how far I'm going to get, but we're going to do this. I think we're actually going to go on Pinterest. Pinterest is my new favorite place to look for ideas. I used to use Dribble a lot, Behance, I don't know how you say that. Also Muesli, Moz.li, which is InVision had created that collection of lots of aggregates of design resources. These days I love using Pinterest because it gives you a full masonry grid of masonry layout. I think it got popularized by Pinterest, by the way. It gives you this full grid of ideas, and if you click on one, it goes to the top left and the whole screen fills with similar stuff, so you can kind of drill down to the vibe that you like, and it's super cool. Enough of my face. I'm going to switch to sharing my screen, but I first need to make sure my screen is safe for work. No, I'm joking, but I've got windows everywhere. So I'm going to show you where I'm at with the website and where we're going to go from there. Switching view. If you see me looking that way, it's because that's where I have my big screen with all the information about the live stream. So I'm going to switch to live share. And this, my friends, let me check the comments, see if everything is good or if I'm muted or something. All right, we got Anthony, who was there at the NavBar podcast already. Nice to see you again, Anthony. And Matthias, and thanks for sharing. I saw you tweeted my announcement yesterday. This is appreciated. All right, let's build. Looks good, sounds good. That's what I like to hear. Let's do this. Oh, I just realized I'm not in the picture. I'm gonna peep myself in the corner. There you go. Hello. Maybe I can move somewhere else. top left? Which way do I look when I look at my computer? I look down to the left. Let's go in the middle. No, I'm joking. Let's try top left. Because I realize if I look, man, whatever, who cares? I'm gonna go up here. So, we're doing this. This is the NavBar podcast. By the way, if you go to navbar.tech, it's deployed live in all its glory. So, this is exactly, so I'm gonna go back to my local host. This is exactly the same branch. It's the main branch. And so, it's a simple form with 2 fields that I styled with Tailwind CSS. A surprise, a surprise. And John did some cool stuff in the backend for some validation, but I've added, so if I don't put a title, I've added the validate HTML validation with the required field. And let me show you why. So if I go to the code, here's the code. Let's go to the Explorer. Let's go Zen mode. So we clean. Oh, live stream, which means that usually I do this. Settings, shout out to can see dots for this zoom level thing. Usually I go 2, but I think I'm gonna go 1.5, 1.7. Why not 7? Nah, let's go 2. So it's nice and chunky boy. All right. I want to hide. So this is a single page. It's a. I kickstarted the. No, I did not. Certainly. John Myers did a Astro with create Astro at latest and the empty choice. So it's just there's no layouts, no nothing. This is me fiddling around. This is irrelevant last night, but basically there's only one page, the index page, and then some API route where John did some back-end engineer stuff here. So let me remove the attributes here to show you what's happening. We have a form. Look at this, I created a reusable class in Tailwind so I can apply it twice. And also here I've applied the text color and font size in the grid, and I have unstyled paragraph tags. Even I sometimes like inheritance and not anyway. Let's move the required field, the attributes on both, and I'll show you what happens. If I do this, what is that? If I do this and I submit an empty form, it is going to hit the API endpoint. Just to make it clear, there's a form with an action that goes to this API route that John created with the post method. So if we post it, it says, please provide a title. And the reason is because this is empty. And then if we look in the community suggestion, if the title is empty, we redirect with a feedback URL parameter that says, please provide a title. You can see it up here. Please provide a title. This is cool, but look what happens. If we have the same validation for the text area, but if I put my title, I spent a lot of time crafting a careful, like, dear Simon and John, whatever. If I don't fill that and I send it, it tells me, it tells me that I had no elaboration in stuff, but it's a redirect, so I've lost all my hard work. And so that's why I had the required stuff. Now this is a complete tangent, but I happen to have started playing with HTMX about a day or 2 days ago, literally. I've heard about it long time, and then I decided to finally give it a try after reading this amazing AHA stack by Flavio, I think it's Flavio. Shout out to you. Yes, I read this, and this Astro plus HTMX really got all my attention. It's super cool. Now, disclaimer, I don't know how to use HTMX. I've never tried it, but yesterday I've done a branch and I've tried stuff. Basically, you can see this is the API route that John did. There's a post action that the form is sent to, And so it gets if you've done some remix or just some HTML web platform stuff, you know about form data, you can get the attributes. And then it uses that data and it does the API hit to create a new card in the Notion database. And if it works, it's like successful, well done, redirects with the feedback so we can tell people. But I thought, this sucks that you kind of lose the state of the form because it's a redirect, and I know there's probably ways to do it without the redirect, but I thought let's get Anthony out of the screen here. I just realized he's still on the oh my god, it's been blocking the code the whole time, sorry. Yes, thank you. You're blocking the code. Now I've removed you. I'll remove you again. Thanks for letting me know. So I thought, why don't we try to use HTMX, and instead of doing a redirect, we actually have the feedback as a HTML blob that we can put under the form. So basically, instead of changing or doing page reload, we interchange an element in the HTML. I'm talking way too much. Let me go to the G version control, Shift Control G. There you go. And what is that? Oh, that was me. I can stash all of the, or not stash, just discard all of it. It's just me removing. That's me trying stuff yesterday, and this is me. I just removed the 2 required attributes. We don't care. I have this branch. Check out to HTMX proof of concept. Please note the POC. I'm not teaching you production ready application. I just want to show you. I'll show you the UI is the same, but I'll show you the experience first, and then I'll show you the network tab, and then I'll show you how I did it. So same form. If I don't fill the first field, please provide a title. Same deal. But you may notice, hang on. Let me start again without the URL. So send. Hey, and now the URL hasn't changed. Now if I put a title, Dear John and Simon. If I don't have that and I click send, it's gonna tell me the second field is on, but we haven't lost the state here because all we've done is replaced the content of this with HTMX. And if I now say, you guys are awesome from the live stream. Now, because both fields are fields, when I click send, I should probably put a disable attribute while it's doing this thing, but now successfully sent, thank you. And if I go to Notion somewhere, where is it? Look at this. If I bring my page here. By the way, this is a joke. We're not called syntax.au. That's when we very early in the podcast life cycle, we were like, oh, let's do like something not inspired, not like, yes, inspired from syntax.fm, but not copying. And we didn't have a logo, so we went with that as a joke. As a joke, we're not ripping your stuff off, just a little. So see, Dear John and Simon, you guys are awesome from the live stream. This has been sent to our Notion. Please do not go and clutter our stuff, even if you can. Hello, good to see you again. Thanks for joining. So yeah, let me show you what happens if I refresh the page this time, and I open the network tab here. Let's put it on the side because we got some space. So if I submit without the title, look at this. I'm pretty sure the status code shouldn't be 200. It should be 400, 403. I don't know. I've just played with it as a proof of concept. It's not production ready. But basically, we've done a network request, a post request, and the payload is just HTML with Tailwind classes. And it happens to, I'll show you after, it happens to be put in this div with the ID of feedback. Now, if I fill the title, but not the other, another HTTP request with this time this message. And if both are filled, I don't know what all of these are. Let me clear the... Oh, it's Grammarly and stuff that's just injecting. Go away. Now that I have both, we should have a successful API thing. We should probably at this point redirect somewhere, but it's literally the network returns HTML, and this is the whole HTMX thing. Hypermedia, instead of giving you JSON, it gives you HTML, XML. So how did we do this? How did I do this? I know HTMX has a validate thing, and I did not use that because that was my first time playing with HTMX in something remotely meaningful. So now we're on the same community suggestion. Let me go back in the tree here. It's the exact same file, except instead of returning a redirect, so I can remove that redirect because I'm not using it, I just return a response, which is a string of HTML. Yeah? Everything else is exactly the same. If there's nobody, return that HTML. Now I know I should probably have something like status 4. I think it's 400 when there's something not valid. But I just return a response which satisfies the API routes from Astro, which expects the response. And then I do exactly the same. I await the stuff. And then I return the response to just tell people, hey, we did that. Now, there's a lot of wrong things with this code, but if we look from the index file, here are the changes that I've done. First change, I've added a script tag with HTMX. That's all you need to get HTMX going. I know Astro has an Astro HTMX integration, but I didn't use that. So I've done that. And then on my form, I've removed the method post and action that, and instead I've used the HTMX hx post action, and then the target is where I want the return. You've seen the response, which was a p tag with some classes. I want it to go in the feedback selector, ID of feedback. That's it. And then my form is that I've removed the required fields so we can actually make the requests instead of having the client-side validation. And then after my form, I have this ID of feedback here. And so whenever we request and there's no title, it's going to return the response, sorry mate, no title, that. And it's going to put it inside here, which is why it comes down here. And I think it's pretty cool. Again, there's probably stuff that is not optimal in the way I handle the responses. But from I'm not gonna submit it again because every time I do this, I'm creating these new forms. You can see that it works. But from a UX perspective, I'm like here, I forget to submit a mail. Oh, title, okay, title. I go here. If I try to send it, it tells me stuff. And this is a nice single page app-like experience with just a couple of literally, this is not about HTMX, but I find it pretty cool that all I had to do is add these two attributes. And of course, you need to do stuff on the server side. That's the whole idea of HTMX, is you hit the server and then you do stuff and then you tell it where the response goes back. That's it. That was my tangent. So let's go back to the... And that's the end of the stream. No, I'm joking. Now we're going to do the cool stuff. The cool stuff. Any questions in the comments? Please shoot by. What am I doing? Checkout to main. Let's go back to the mainframe. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to do is turn this website into a podcast website that has a list of episodes. And this is probably a page like suggest. Again, not ripping at all Syntax FM at all. But the idea is very similar to have a grid of episodes like that or whatever, like that. And then a place where people can ask a question. They use a Google form. We're going to use the Notion thing. Yeah. It's nice to see, to not necessarily have a whole email processing stuff. You just use third-party services. That works well. I like the About page too. Look at these beautiful people. Oh, yeah. And by the way, I know you're not watching because you're very busy with other things, but thanks to Wes and Scott, which have replied my cry for help about a couple of hours before going live right now, because I was like, I don't know if I'm allowed to use the actual MP3 from the podcast host. I've read somewhere things that like some people will block like because you use their bandwidth, and then if you get very popular, which we're not, they get cranky because you use their bandwidth. But at the same time, like Wes and Scott both said, it's like it's a podcast host. That's literally what they do. Just like YouTube hosts your video, and you can embed you can use the YouTube video URL wherever you want. So I'm gonna do as they suggest because they definitely know their stuff. So first things first, stack-wise, Tailwind CSS, Astro, HTMX, although I don't think we're gonna do much else. Oh, maybe the player could be, oh well, that's a rabbit hole. But what I wanna add is Keystatic, which is going to manage all the episodes pages. Now if I go to, I've got a bunch of URLs here. Our podcast, is that the whole thing? Our podcast is hosted on Anchor, which, by the way, before we paused the NavBar and now has changed, and now it's like podcast, Spotify for podcasters or something like this. But anyway, this is the NavBar, and we have 16 episodes. Actually, we've done one yesterday, 2 days ago. We're about 20 because there's a few that we didn't publish when we stopped the stop. But I am very aware that there is this RSS feed here, and I could import or try like write a script that imports all the posts. But there's only 16, 17 episodes, and I don't really care about adding. Also, there's only the description here. By the way, there's a nice, if you can't read XML and you'd rather see JSON, there is a nice RSS XML to JSON tool from TopTal up here. So if you paste the RSS feed, then you can kind of read it a bit better. There's only a little instruction here, description, and we want more stuff. We want like show notes and whatever guest information. Like we want a bit more stuff. So we're gonna want to be editing the content anyway. So I'd rather have manually handle markdown files and yes, create 17 entries. I could of course turn this into use a little script that writes markdown files for each. But I'm not going about after like crazy optimization here. I just want to create a content management approach that has Markdown. Actually, we'll use MDX or MarkDoc. I don't know yet. I think I will use MDX for this one because I've used MarkDoc for the last stream with the Keystatic site, the ThinkMill site. And a lot of people always ask about MDX. So I'll basically manually get some of that stuff. But the process is going to be fun, is to create the schema that lets us populate our podcast. So if I go back to Syntax FM site, I think our thing is going to be quite similar. Speaking of HTMX, there you go. I haven't listened to that episode yet, but I'm definitely intrigued. So our episode will have a little play thing. It starts at the bottom.
Welcome to Syntax.
Welcome to Syntax. So we're gonna have text, and this, I don't know if this is going to be a repeating field with a timestamp and the title that can have a link, or it's just, you know what, it can probably just be markdown, freeform. They have their sig pics. We don't really do this, but we have like this open bar. When you hear that sound, you know, you know the bar is open, and we have like this chit chat about non-stuff, which is funny because the whole podcast is chit chat about non-stuff. We do our shameless plug. Again, we call them differently to not get sued. But I think it's going to be basically a markdown file with some metadata like title, episode number, introduction, guests. That's it. So we're going to create that schema, or that schema, if we're looking at Westbus while we say it. We're going to create this in Keystatic, and then we're going to populate it. Now, I'm probably going to edit the markdown file myself when I want to create a new post. But who knows? Like, I might be in somewhere with my phone, and I'm like, oh, I want to change some content about the description of this because someone said we forgot to put this link. I don't want to have to go at my computer and npm run dev and just go change the markdown file if I can just log in the CMS and update it there. So even as a dev, there's some nice tea to have a CMS when it's nicely shaped. Enough of the talking. I realize we haven't found inspiration for the design yet, but let's probably create a scaffold of what we want to do, and then we're gonna look for a design and build it. So, are you ready? It's time to switch branch. Check out new branch, Keystatic, CMS, Keystatic, that's it. Enough said. Okay, so let me show you. If I go to the Astro config, this is what is set up currently. We're using the hybrid mode already because of the hitting the API route, which requires a SSR, basically server-side code. And so John has, we deployed that on Vercel, navbar.tech, so there's the adapter already here. And Tailwind has been added via the integration. I typically do it manually because I've done it 100,000 of time, and I do it with my eyes closed and not think about it. And I always think if Tailwind just releases a release update, this thing will have to catch up, and I'll have to wait for it to update. Whereas if I have the manual install, I can just update the version of Tailwind CSS, and I'm done on the bleeding edge. So I'll show you how easy it is to add Keystatic to a website. And before, I keep saying that and say before, our Keystatic sites, I'll try to not go too fast in case it's the first time you discover Keystatic, but also kind of not assume you're beginner. We're going to make our Keystatic admin UI live at the /Keystatic route, which currently is not found because there's nothing. So Keystatic is a set of packages that you install from npm. Oh, I don't like the sweaty. Let's go ls. So you surfy shaka. There you go. npm I at Keystatic /core, the core package, which is required for anything with Keystatic you do. And then here at Keystatic Astro. And the Astro package is basically that integration that we're going to use alongside the other integration. We're basically going to add Keystatic here in the array of integrations. But Keystatic uses React, and so we're going to need what's important to know with Keystatic is you literally render it as pages inside the Astro application. So in Astro, you need this client, load, React, and so you need the React integration as well. So on the Astro side of things, we're going to go npx Astro add, that's from the Astro docs. We want React, and we want MDX, because we're going to use MDX. If you wanted MarkDoc, you would add MarkDoc, but here we're going to use MDX. And it's amazing thing about Astro, it supports both MDX and MarkDoc, and also Markdown out of the box. But here we install these two things, and you'll see the premium npx astro add mdx fetch failed. What? Where am I? I'm a NavBar website, yeah. npx astro add react mdx. I don't know what happened. Is my stream still live? Looks like we lost internet. Dang. Let me check if I'm still live. Oh, am I live? Yeah, it looks like I'm live. Yep. It's been half an hour already. Man. So yeah, here's the cool thing about Astro. As you can see, it tells you, hey, are you cool with installing that? I'm going to add this to your project, which is nice. But then the nicest thing is it says, hey, I need to change your config file. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add React and MDX next to Tailwind. You cool with that? Certainly. Thanks for checking. Yes, you can update my TS config as well. So it told me ahead of time what it's going to modify, and it did the modification. Now it does that for internal first-party extensions. Our Keystatic is our ThinkMill extension integration. It's not a first-party, so it doesn't have that nice flow. You need to do it manually. So just like Vercel and Tailwind and React and MDX have been done, I'm going to import Keystatic Astro. You can name it whatever you want. It's like a default export. And here we'll also add Keystatic Astro, just like the rest. So that's exactly the same. And by doing this, bang, bingo bango, we have Keystatic on our site. But Keystatic will not be happy just yet. It first needs a config file with a minimum set of properties. So I'm going to create a new file here called keystatic.config.tsx, because we're probably going to have some JSX in there. And so I'm going to import the config from Keystatic core that we just installed. Why is that closing thing? And the minimum setup is export default config. And all of this is really nicely typed, so you can see there's lots of stuff. The only required one is storage, which lets you choose a kind of either cloud, GitHub, or local. I'll go with local here, and when we deploy, I'll go with cloud, so that I can add John Myers, and he doesn't have to. Well, John is on GitHub, so I could add him to the. He's already. That's his repo, man. I get access. But I'll use Keystatic Cloud because it's nice. Although we could use GitHub. Cloud is always useful, but it's very useful if you have non-GitHub users that you don't want to create an account. Here I go local, so I can just work with my local file system without worrying about pushing to Git and then pulling back. So that's it. That is the minimal necessary config to have a CMS that does absolutely nothing. If I go back to the Keystatic route that we were hoping for, well, now it's here. What have I done? I haven't started the server, maybe. Yeah. npm run dev. Take 2. Keystatic route will be here, but we'll have a CMS with no content at all. You can see Keystatic works in light and dark. Fabulous. Fabulous. There's some words that if I say it, I have to say it in a different voice because of a certain movie. If you get the reference, good on you. So let's close this and expand. Let's close this too, so we zen as can be. And we're gonna add, before we do the config, I'll configure the UI a little bit. This is completely pointless, but it's also nice to have a brand that has a name of the NavBar. So now we have the NavBar here, and we're going to change the logo. So you probably know about lucid.dev. There's like 1,435 icons. They're all awesome. So podcasts. This microphone's pretty cool. Yeah, let's go. So this one is called Mic-2. Well, it turns out that Keystatic has all the Lucid thing icons, part of the design system that builds. There's a whole design system behind Keystatic, which is super powerful. That's how you saw the That's how you saw the thing working light and dark. It's all from it's called Keystar UI, and we can import the mic 2 icon, I guess it's called, from at keystar-icon-icons-mic2. I think that's the right import. And then, so this gives you the actual path, not the SVG tag, and then you can import the actual icon, the component from at keystar UI icon. So this is, oh, something's wrong. Or is it because I'm not using it? Yeah. So now look at this. The brand has a name, and it also has a mark, which is basically a React element. So exactly that, but not icon. We want the src attribute here to be mic icon. So I've obviously done something wrong here. Cannot find module keystar UI icon, icons, mic2, or maybe there's a dash, mic2 icon. Okay. Let's look for it. Node modules, keystar, UI, src, icon, icons. Where's the mic2? Microphone check 1 2. Mic2 FG HIKL where's my brain? Mic2 icon. Oh, so it's not camel the kebabs camel. It is camel case. Mic2 icon. I was so close. All right, let's, before I get really annoyed, left out of node modules because we can't find anything otherwise. Close that again. So that's what I meant. See, the icon is just the path, and then the icon component wraps it in an SVG with default classes of height and width 16 and current color on the fill, which is very key. So here we pass it here. And the cool thing is that now, because look at this. Look at this. Let me zoom in just to appreciate the... Can I zoom in? Yo, there. So we have our icon, but now look, look at this. If I, because it has current color for the fill, if I switch to dark, it's going to switch to the light version of the icon. Ain't that a sweet touch? Shout out to Joss Mackison, who's, what happened? Doing amazing stuff with this. So yeah, we have now our NavBar, and you know what? I want to call it the NavBar podcast. Now we have this admin UI that feels very bespoke. Let me check the comments. Hey, Melbourne. Oh my God. Hello, Peter Tichy. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Peter is one of the person that inspired me into doing cool stuff in front-end dev and also teach stuff, because he's an excellent... Let me put your logo while I talk about you to give you your props. He's an excellent teacher. I learned a lot about animation, scrollytelling, where library like Scroll Magic, GSAP. Although Scroll Magic nowadays is not really a thing anymore because GSAP has its own scroll trigger, I think. It has been a while indeed, but I bought a lot of your courses, and you gave me access to courses too. And yeah, I owe you a lot of my learnings, and also just not being worried about going on YouTube and doing stuff. Although I have to say, you need to get back in the YouTube content. I haven't seen much. I would love to see more stuff. But yeah, shout out to Peter. Excellent soccer player too. Scroll Trigger is the one I was mentioning. Yeah. Basically, it lets you, although, and I know you know this, Peter, I've started playing with the CSS only view and scroll animation timelines, and it's not as powerful, of course, but you can do really cool stuff with just CSS. So you can have, say, when it hits 20% from the bottom, start easing into the end animation, and then you can, if you grow and rotate a square, instead of it triggering and doing the animation over 0.2 seconds, you can tie the animation to the scroll position, just like scroll trigger. And then as you scroll, you know what? Tangential, let me go to codepen.io very quickly. Yes, I am a pro account. You should too. I haven't used CodePen in years, but I love to support Chris and what he does. So look at this little circle, and actually you can see the background is going to, can I go in full? Of course, I'm pro. I have all this professor mode. Presentation, let's present. No, I don't want to present. That's not the one. The one I want is full. Okay, so if you look at the text here, it's going to parallax and fade out, and the background thing is gonna zoom and blur and all this stuff. And you can see the square spins, and it's tied to the scroll. Let me use my trackpad so it's fluid as hell instead of my MX Master 3. Pretty cool. This you would typically use Scroll Magic plus GSAP to do stuff like this. Now it's all literally just CSS. And it's also very simple. All you do is have this animation timeline view, and then range exit, which means when it starts exiting is when you start the animation. And there's another one. The timeline is called woof. I don't know why I was trying stuff. But yeah, you can see 30 viewport height. So this is for, what element is this? For the H1. So it starts when the parent is exiting the container. Yeah. And then it finishes when it's 30 viewport height from the top. I don't know. I forgot how it works, but it's all, there's no JavaScript. You can check, there's no JavaScript. That's really cool. All right. This was a tangent, but you put me on that. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. All right, so we have a CMS that does nothing. Remember, we want to create a podcast. We might have some settings for the podcast itself, like the OG image and the title and the URL, or we could store that in a what's called a singleton, because it's, you know what, let's do that. Let's go. So Keystatic has collections for repeating stuff like episodes or guests or sponsors. Hints. And otherwise, if you want to one thing off, you can have singletons. So let's say we have settings page, and the settings is a singleton. This thing I just imported from Keystatic core as well. Gives me all the type suggestions. So it needs a label, settings. The cool thing, the very, 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 very cool thing about Keystatic is you can tell where every collection and singleton should go, which lets you play nice. Here we're in Astro, and we're gonna use content collections, which is one of Astro's paradigms. And so if we put our stuff where Astro expects it, we can use Astro's built-in tools to get collections, get entry, read stuff. And that's fantastic. So Keystatic is like, okay, you tell me what I should do so I can work best with your tool at hand. And that's something that's super underrated, how flexible it is. And I'll try to show you. So we'll put a settings page in SRC content, and then, so there's a path property, src/content/settings, not that JSON. It's just going to create a file called settings. By default, it's YAML, and you can change that if you want with format. The data is JSON, YAML, or you can use Markdown, MDX. Only if you have a rich text field. It doesn't make sense to, although you can, it doesn't make much sense to have a MDX file if you just want arrays and strings. It's going to just give you a MDX file with a front matter and then nothing in it. But here, let's go JSON. And you can see it's still not happy because it needs a schema before it can be satisfied. Now it's happy with an empty schema or singleton settings. is a valid settings. And now you can see we have that singleton settings that has absolutely nothing in it. But if we look at this, if we start populating that with, what do I have on my sidebar? There. The NavBar, I don't know, do something like title fields. We're going to import the core fields. So there's all of these array blocks, child, cloud image. There's lots of cool stuff. Here we're just going to use field.text. And the label is going to be site title. And then we'll have a description. Yes, but because we don't want WYSIWYG here, but we still want, I just want these hints to go away. We want a text area. We don't want a rich text field with like markdown, but we want not just a thin little input. We want a text area, and you can do that with multiline equals true. So now our singleton, if I go back, has these two things. So I can say the NavBar. And what is the description? I'll copy that. Paste it here. Where am I? What's going on? Did I discover a bug or did I do something wrong? There is no save. What have I done? Did I break it? There's no console errors. I feel like when I zoom, yeah, okay, that's what I did. I was still zoomed in from before. Well, that looks tiny. Is it too small? Well, I guess I just got used to have it big. Remember when I showed you the icon here, I zoomed in and so the button was like on the side. But let's go back to 100%. If you can't read, tell me, I'll make it a bit bigger. But basically, actually I'll make it a tiny bit bigger because why not? So let's save that. I think I've saved already, I just didn't see it save. So now we have our settings. If I go to the dashboard, settings, it's here. So remember, we've told it to store stuff in src content settings as JSON format. And so as a result, we have src content settings.json with that. And the cool thing is you don't have to use the CMS like I was saying. It's not one of the CMS that says now your content lives in a database and you have to use the CMS. I don't care if you're a developer and you can write JSON, you have to go in the admin UI and load it. And no, change it here and refresh the page. And now it's here. And if I change it back from here and I save, don't even have to refresh, it's updated here again. So you have that two-way editing that is fantastic. So let's do our first use on our Astro site. I need to do a few things. First of all, I told you certain things I say, they come out different. So we have the HTML head in our page, which was like very cool for a single page site. But what I want to do is create a layouts/base.astro. I'm basically going to grab the whole like that HTML tag and we'll close it at the end. Yeah. And I'll put that in the base layout. And so here we have that thing called a slot, which is where the children go. If you're familiar with React, it is a children. If you're familiar with Ember, it is yield, I think, every framework. But slot basically will, and if you're familiar with Remix, it's outlet. Everyone has their way of saying whatever the page component is going to go here. So now if I go back to the index Astro, I can import layout from layout/base.astro. And then I can replace all of this there with layout. Hopefully that makes sense. And the closing layout. So nothing should have changed on our front end. Still works, but now we have detached the layout, which means we can use it on multiple pages. Oh yeah, fun. No. Yes, fun. I need to show you. This is how quickly this is. See how what? I thought oh, it doesn't matter. I thought I had created this branch from main, but now we still have our HTMX stuff. But that's not. No, maybe that's the don't save. That's the old file. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say because the layout doesn't have HTML. See how the feedback says, please provide, please for errors, and then successful for the response. I've done the most fragile logic on the front end to decide if it's has error to display the message or the text color. I've checked that the feedback starts with please. Don't quote that little clip and roast me because like if someone changes the error message and removes the please, then just that breaks. It's gonna be successful green when you have an error. But I thought it was funny to show you. So now we're using the layout. So yeah, what I want you to do is have this page that invites you to suggest stuff to be another page, like suggestions. So let's create a new page called suggestions.astro. And basically I'm going to copy all of this. The mic is in the way of my Control-C visibility field. So all of this can be exactly the same. And the idea is like this page will now be at the suggestions URL. And so on the home page, we can have none of that. On the home page, we're gonna get rid of all of that. We'll keep the CX stuff in case. Keep the title. Basically get rid of everything else. So now the homepage is just the NavBar podcast. We need a logo, we need navigation, but basically the homepage is now just that. So what I wanted to show you is because now we have, remember, we have our settings. Actually, I'll call it the NavBar podcast, I guess. Saved. So I'll show you how easy it is to go grab stuff. We here will import, get. It's weird to get a collection because a singleton is one thing. But I think you still go get entry. You still have to get one entry even if there's one from, correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone from Astro is watching, Astro content. So Astro has this get entry and get collections that let you do stuff. So const settings equals await. That's Astro stuff. Get entry, and the entry needs the slug of the entry, which here is in our content settings. And I think then what does it need? Index? I don't know if that's gonna, what are you complaining? Collection never. Oh, no. Okay. I think that's not going to work with, because content collection, if I go in the Astro docs, it needs a folder inside content collection. Content collections. Top level directory inside SRC content. Okay. My bad. So we'll fix that. Again, Keystatic very flexible. We're gonna go Keystatic content settings and index, I guess. That'll do. So now I've changed the path, and therefore Keystatic will lose track of everything because it's looking for a file that doesn't have data. So I can retype it, or I can migrate my data from settings.json to settings/index.json, and I'll copy this, delete it. I use my mouse too much. I could have done all this with the keyboard. Man, what you complaining about? Property title is not allowed. This is a JSON file. What? Restart server. As soon as it... Nope. Reload window. As soon as it's like going a bit loopy. What's wrong? What have I done wrong? Setting JSON must live in the content collection subdirectory. What is that? What is settings? Oh, maybe it was saying that before. Let's restart the server. You ain't happy with this? Yeah, you're happy with this. Okay, so I've done something. Content, settings, index.json. Okay, I don't get what's wrong. Well, you know what? Because I'm a bit confused here, let's just put random stuff and save it and see where it wants to put it. It put it there. Mate. Mate. So it was good. So if I save that again. Okay. Well, I don't know what happened here. Anyway, we have our settings. So back to my trying to show you how easy it is to put in the front end. I should be able to, now we have our settings, and you can see that it, okay. It's any because I haven't, so this is one thing, and every time I stream about this, I get a bit frustrated, is we're defining in Keystatic a schema here. It's a title, which is a string, a description that's a string. We know this. But then Astro has its own concept of schema definition in the content collection via a file called config.ts. And we need, right now, we haven't worked out how to make both talk to each other, because it's really hard. They use Zod and we use a whole bespoke thing that is not Zod. It is still types and it can understand each other, but it's hard to take one and transfer it to the other or make it like synced. So we're gonna do this here. I'll copy all of this, but I definitely don't need all of that at all. But basically you use define collection, and then we're gonna do that. Const settings. But it's weird that it's a collection for one item. I just don't know. So anyway, there's a title string and a description string as well. And they're both required, we're gonna say, although in Keystatic we have not made them required. And then what do you have to do? We have to export it. Export const collections is what we gotta do. What's it? Is the function collections? No, it's an object. Settings. Let's call it settings collection. It seems to be the. So basically, I define a settings collection, which is a schema of a title, description, and then I export it. And so now when I go back to my front end, settings is not any anymore. Of course it is. Do I have to restart the server? It should now know exactly what's in there. I swear when I'm streaming it does that, and when I'm not, it's working perfectly. Anyway, here I can replace this with settings.data. See, it doesn't find it. What have I done wrong? Tell me in the comments. But I know there's a title. So now look at this. If I go to the website, we have the NavBar podcast, but now it's coming from Astro Content Collections, which is, it seems like a small step, but it's a big step for humankind, trust me. I'm going to copy the paragraph styles here. Wow, I keep going there. And I can copy the thing here, and in the under here, I don't want this static stuff, but I'm going to have the description here. So I think it's just a p tag. We're gonna get rid of all of this, and here we're going to have content. No, settings.data.description. And now we're going to have, there you go. But now it's CMS driven, right? So if I go to the content file and I change this to the NavBar only, now it's the NavBar only. So we're still doing a static site, but I don't know what it's complaining about. I don't want to restart the thing, but it feels like sometimes. So to recap, we've created, I'm going way slower than I thought, but let's keep going. We've created a JBay. We've created a singleton, which is called settings, and puts its data in the content collection, so Astro can pick it up. Worth noting, Astro content collections either have a data type when it's YAML JSON, or a content type, and then the content has a slug and slightly different behavior. But we decided to use JSON format. We could use YAML as well, because Astro content collections also read YAML. And then we define a schema with title, description, and we'll probably add a lot of things, like an OG image, Twitter. Let's do that. Twitter handle fields that text again. I know it's all text fields for now, but so again, I've created the schema here, so I need to go in my config here, and that's where it's annoying, because you can see what I'm doing. It's very similar, but I have to do it twice. So if we visit the admin UI one more time, now there's gonna be a Twitter handle, and we go at the NavBar. And maybe, since I have Lucid stuff open here, actually, oh, cute rabbit. Yes, it's Twitter. I know it's X, but I'm not calling it X, and I'm using the Twitter logo, and you can deal with it. So it's called Twitter. Let's see, it's called Twitter by everyone. I have never tried to, but I'm sure it works. I've never tried to use the Keystar UI icons on the front end. Import icon from @Keystar UI icon, and then import Twitter icon from @Keystar UI icon, no, icons, and then Twitter icon. Bang! And then now let's have an A tag that goes to settings.data.Twitter handle. No, it doesn't. Well, it does, but because that's just the handle. What am I doing? We want to go to https twitter.com/ I want to remove the handle. And in here, I will use my icon with the src of Twitter icon. What? We probably need to add some Tailwind classes to that. But it should be 16 by 16, which is a bit small. It's nice for the admin UI. But what I meant is now if the URL will have at the navbar and it's not a thing. So it's a good point to introduce you to the description field in the next to the label. So here we can add a description. Let's see if no, I thought it was gonna work out. Your Twitter handle, comma, without, please do it. Yes, without the @ handle. So it knows, because it listens. Okay, so now the link, no, now it hasn't changed because we still have erroneous, wrong data, the navbar. So now if I go in the index route, and let's go, can I add classes to this? I don't know if this, oh, but it's a React component. That's interesting. I guess because I don't need to go client load but it needs class name because it's a React I don't know if I like this. I have an Astro Island just for an icon. And it doesn't take a class name anyway. I might do it manually. But let's go with it for now. I can put the classes here. No, I can't actually. All right, I don't want to use a React component that injects. Oh no, because actually Astro will turn the React components to HTML and not have any JavaScript unless it needs client-side stuff. But what's the API for size? See, okay. I completely respect the implementation. It's an amazing system, but when I'm used to just sprinkling Tailwind classes, having props for each, some people prefer that, but I feel like it departs further away from, even further away from CSS and portable stuff. So if I want to add the height and width, I go height. Do I have some scale stuff? Or I just go with a number? Ooh. What is that? I don't know. 24. No, what does it want? Lose size dimension. The expected types comes from property height, which is declared. Interesting. Size, regular. Okay. Okay, so if I go string, are you going to suggest what I can use? Regular. Oh my God. Height declare here. Lose size dimension. What is a lose size dimension? What do I have here? Is that, these are lose size dimensions? Container element. Icon, there you go. Okay, icon medium. I guess I can get rid of the. But see what I mean? I have to learn a system. I guess Tailwind is the same, but the discoverability I think is a little bit quicker. Okay, so what has icon medium done? Has it done anything? View box stroke with height 1M. Okay, so medium is. I guess it makes sense because it's for an admin UI, so the size is. Let's go large just to see if it does something. And after that, height 1M. Okay, I'm doing some. Okay, you know what? This was a cool idea, but I'm going to go copy the SVG here. Bam, bingo. And we're just going to paste that here. And I can put it in the file if I want. So if you, use, definitely use Keystar UI icons in the admin UI because it's what it's built. Well, it's the design system where everything is coherent. Here I'm just going to use that. And now we're going to have a gigantic, no, not so big. Okay, so again, it's using stuff that I don't really need. But maybe here I'll go size. with Tailwind. Let's go size 6. And I have to remove the width and height. That's what it was. Let's go big. I want big. I think when I stream, I want, okay. And we're gonna go empty 8. It's probably gonna do nothing because of the inline properties, but if I go inline block, now it's gonna do it. And maybe I can have something fancy like a p tag here that says follow us on Twitter, tighter. And the link is going to be, should a p tag? Yeah, the anchor can be inside the p tag. I'll move that up here inside the p. Then I'll wrap the text inside the span. And I'll make the p tag a flex items center gap 4. So they're side by side. Items center. Oh, am I in my... Okay, there's something wrong here with the spacing. What? Oh, it's the link. What? Oh, I have an empty... On the link, I had empty 8 before. But I want this on the paragraph tag now. Of course, duh. Now it's going to be nicely centered. Follow us on Twitter. And then when I click on this, it goes to the NavBar podcast. Woo! We're cooking. All right. So this is the homepage. It's very simple for now. Now we're going to add the cool stuff. So really, if you join this podcast, you've been waiting until now that I actually create a podcast. So before I do that, I'll very, 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 very quickly go in my layout. And I'm going to have a navigation. One of my first sneezes in the live stream, always interesting. I've actually managed to put the mic on mute, which was pretty impressive. Do I want to have the nav? Yeah, I'll have the nav directly here for now. So, header, navigation. Yeah, let's go with that. Home, about that doesn't exist, episode that doesn't exist, and we have our suggestion. Okay, that looks beautiful. So home is actually going to be the logo. And because we had that, should we use that image? You know what? Let me show you one more keystatic field. Where am I? Where's my mouse? Oh no. Uh-oh, everything's frozen. Oh, that's not good. I don't know what the stream is doing, but I've lost my keyboard and my mouse. Both dead. Help! Help! Oh, it looks like it's just a Bluetooth thing. I can use the... I can't speak. I can use the actual laptop keyboard and trackpad, but let me turn Bluetooth off and on. Hopefully that doesn't cut the stream. Are we still on stream? Are we still on stream? Looks like it. Ah, okay, now the keyboard is back. Question, does this have a way to do validation, for example, to detect if @ is included? There's limited validation. It's mostly, okay, I've got my mouse and keyboard again. So if I go to answer Aaron's question, let me move the comment out of the code. If I go, I think I'm old, so I make everything so big, it doesn't to be that big. if I go to the Keystatic config and I go to the trill label here, there is a validation key. And it has a bunch of things. Is required is a true false boolean. And then you can either have a length like minimum 1 character, maximum 200 characters. There is no like regex or advanced stuff, but it's a yeah, this probably makes sense to have a way to extend the validation rules. Right now, all you can do is required true false or the length, and so this would be a true match to the Zod config. Because technically, if you want something that is not required, you have to tag an optional like this to make it equivalent. So let's make all our fields required, so we're actually closer to the reality. So I'll copy this validation for the text field and the title. So now they're all required. But no, you can't detect that would be a great way to say, hey, I've noticed that you tried to put the @ but it's already like it's not part of the actual handle URL thingy. Okay, I've lost yeah, so see now they're all required, and if I remove this and I try to save, it says that cannot be empty. So there's that. Yes, I was doing the navigation. Yes, logo. I wanted to add a logo, so we're gonna go in the Keystatic config again, and in our schema that has a title, description, and Twitter handle, let's add a logo. Fields. So here you could use a cloud image, which is hosted on Keystatic Cloud and gives you a URL that's optimized for like whoever requests it. Is it WebP, AVIF, whatever. That's very cool, and I recommend using that. But you can also just upload an image on your local file system and GitHub repo. So we'll just use the normal image here. So the label is going to be logo. Well, I don't need that comment. Where did that come from? Logo, and you could probably have something. The typical description is like ideal dimensions, whatever. We don't want that. I don't care. But yeah, you would probably give a little bit more context. And now look at this. We have a logo. So I'm gonna go in the NavBar, and here we have the NavBar logo. We'll upload this. Hey, look at this. But now with images, again, Astro has a specific way of doing it. Let's see what happens if I just put an image without telling anything else than the label. If I open the files, now I have this weird index folder with the logo.png inside. And what happens is it's taken the name of the singleton index, and it created a directory for all the assets related to that. And then the logo is the name of the field, so it created logo.png. Now, it's not great to refer to that image from where it is like this. And if you're familiar with Astro, they have this concept of assets or image. There you go. And basically, if you put your, just like content collection, it's another, we're not at the right page here. Images. You can put your files in public. It's not gonna optimize them. And then images has that concept of the assets folder. And if you put stuff in the assets folder, they get optimized with the new image component by Astro. And so if you want to do this, basically, like we did for the path, for the collection itself, for the image, you can also set the directory, not a dir element, directory. And here you can say src/. assets. And to be organized, we want to call this, well, it's going to be called, I think it's still going to create the index directory with the logo file like this. Let's try that. src/assets. So, the image has moved, so I'm gonna re-upload it, although I could just move it in my file system. But it's gonna tell us where it now expects to go. So if I go, now there's a new assets component. Oh no, just assets/logo. So let's go assets/settings, which I think it's a good place. So now again, we lost it, but let's do that manually. I'll create a new folder called settings, and I'll move the logo in there, and I'll delete that whole index logo thing. So now Keystatic, go right, not left. Keystatic, if I refresh, should find the image again. So that's cool. Now it's in assets, but it's kind of hard because if you look at what it saves, what it saves in the actual content collection, don't save. What's happening? I think this file is outdated. Yeah, okay. So see, the logo is stored in logo.png. And I'm like, cool, but if I pull the data, if I'm on the home page and I go, it just gives me logo.png, it's not very useful. We want some more context on where this logo.png is placed, yeah? Keystatic knows about it because of the schema and the config. But we, in the front end, when we consume titles fine, descriptions fine, Twitter handles fine, but that's not useful. But in the Keystatic schema, we can say, just like we define the directory, we can also define a public path. That's super useful. Let me just save to jump to the line. So here we want, well, we want a path to the assets folder, yeah? And the reason I say this is, again, Keystatic Astro docs tells you that if you if you refer to the assets, where is it? You can refer to, but we're not even gonna import them. We're just gonna reference them. You can reference to the assets directory, basically. So you could do a relative path like this, but I've had situations where Keystatic can have multiple levels in the same collections. So to do stuff like multi-language or organized. I'll give you an example on the keystatic.com website in the docs. We have a lot of pages. So this is the /docs URL. But then certain pages, like the fields, will have /docs/fields/blocks. And so the slug for this thing is actually field/blocks. And so when you have nested stuff like this, it becomes a bit hard to do relative paths. So really what we want is something that always points to the assets. And we can use a tsconfig alias for that, which works everywhere, including here. That's someone in the Astro Discord, sorry, just gave me that tip, and it's solved so many problems. So @ and then assets. I think that's just what we want. So we need to go in the tsconfig here, because I don't think it's set by default. We need two things. We need a base URL, which is the root directory. Why you know? Oh, comma. And then we need an array, an object path. I thought it was an array. And so we want the @/star to point to src/star. So basically when we use @/, which is a very common alias that you'll see in Next.js and a lot of other frameworks use, it's going to take you there. So @/assets, we should go in assets. I may have to restart the config. Oh no, it did it for me. So now the path should give us @/asset/settings/JSON. It should construct where it knows the file is with this public path prefix, basically. So if I go look here, this is logo, but when I go and save it again, so once again, the admin UI will have lost because it's the parameters have changed again. But when I upload it again and save, now the path is @assets logo, which is very good news for us, because that means we should be able to use the Astro image. So let's try that. In the base here, which is where we have our navigation, we want that to be the logo, yeah? So I will import the image component from Astro components image. I think that's the one. And here we will use, well, before we use an image, we need to get it from the content collection. Get the same thing that we've done on the homepage. So const get import get episodes, that would be cool. Get entry from from what? Astro content. And then const settings equals await get entry settings, yes, slash or comma index. And so is it still any? Oh, come on. I feel like if I restart the VS Code, it might work. Okay, so here now, let's try this. We'll have the image folder. I think it's going to complain by itself because it needs a bunch of things, like it needs intrinsic attributes and props. It needs an SRC. Something's wrong with TypeScript for sure. And here we're going to go settings.data.logo. As you can hear the police in the background. There's a nice hill where people speed up a bit. Oh no, actually it's fire engine. They catch up a lot of people boosting down that hill and you can't see anything, and it just as you get to the top of the hill, they're like ambushed for you. Missing alt property. The NavBar logo. Are we good like this? Local image must be imported. If you want to use an image from the SRC, you need to either import. I'm pretty sure I created, so I might need to restart the server actually for the asset alias to work. Oh, no. I know what's happening. When you use Astro assets, and I should show you the docs for that. Astro, I've closed it. Astro basically imports it into metadata, which has an SRC and then height and width and an alt tag. So the logo becomes, and that's why I wish that I had the, I think like this is what it wants. Is it? Expected SRC to be an image. Okay, let's forget about this link. And instead we're going to have a pre-tag that JSON string. That's annoying because I can't see what the data is for some reason. Stringify settings. The same thing happened last time I streamed. And then as soon as I started working in the same code base, I had access to all the properties. So, all right, so this is our settings. Logo, okay, so it hasn't been changed. I know why. I know why. I haven't done the config thing. And that I honestly don't know how to make it match Keystatic, but Astro, if I go back to the image, somewhere with content collections, that. Yes, you need to, when you define the schema, you need to call a function that has the image, and then you can call the image function here. So in config.ts, is it a defined collection or at the schema? I forgot already. At the schema level here, I call a function here and I receive the image. And then I can go logo and I can have a function image call. And now that there is that, somehow it should magically transform the data. Let's refresh. Something's wrong. What have I done wrong? Oh, I think that's it. Yes, okay. Settings. Image asset, is the path correct? Yeah, so now at least, so where I defined the collection, I didn't have the key that matches the collection name and then that. And so that's why it wasn't, I hope that now I have, instead of any, I can see what it is. My God. Reload window. Why is it still any? Okay, so there's something wrong with that image alias. Is anyone in the comments seeing what I'm doing wrong? Oh my God, I wanted to build a podcast and I'm just trying to do a settings page. That was a silly idea. I might punt on that, but I would love to work out why the image is not working. Get entry, then we do get entry settings, index. And then when we pre-tag settings, it bombs because it says that the path doesn't exist. At assets logo.png. At, oh my God, you know why? Because it's at assets settings logo.png. As the cicadas tell you that it's getting hot. So it's in my Keystatic config here. Like that. Of course, we're gonna lose our image once again. Can I access the backend at least? Yeah. Okay, let's re-upload the image one more time. Save this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Now, when I import the logo has been transformed into an object that has source, width, height, format, PNG, file system path. Yeah? And that only happens because we've defined the config actually properly this time. So why don't I get TypeScript autocompletion though? That part annoys me. So now we can try bring back our image. Let's get rid of, oh, let's keep it. It's not happy already. Oh, there's a dog howling next door. you might know, image and get image src parameter must be an imported image or URL. It cannot be a string file path received. I could swear this was called fs whatever. Let's hide it one more time. We want logo that, oh no. What? Also, you pass the whole image to the thing and then it knows what to do. Sorry. I'm trying to pass the src, but you actually need to pass the whole. Now, why is my data any? Oh my God. Okay, so now it's gonna work. And I don't think it needs an alt tag, does it? Is the, no, the alt tag is not part of that, so it does. Okay, so we have a logo. My God. Sorry about this. I'm going to add some classes to that image. Class. Let's go size 8. We know it's square. It's not always going to be square, but size 16. Now make the logo smaller. Size 12. Okay, so our header is going to have max width 7XL px4 or p4 actually. I want padding top and bottom as well. Let's get rid of the sidebar for a bit. And so then we're going to make this a flex container. Flex justify between. So we have the logo on the left, and then we're going to push all the other links to the right. Obviously, my max width container is not centered. We need to MX auto it as well. MX auto. Let me Zen mode everything. Okay, so now we have our navigation. I feel like you're, I don't know, because of my different zoom levels, everything is kind of like eyeballed to the max. Okay, so here we also have going to have a class of flex with a gap of 2. Let's get a gap of 4 to space the right item links here. And let's go a gap of 8, and I need item center up here. This one, this one gonna do is vertically center the links with the logo here. Then, because I do this all the time for no no reason, on hover, no one asks for it, but I always do transition. No, I always do rotate 3 with the transition. It's silly, but it's just, I like to do this. And I go minus rotate 3. Don't ask me why. So you just get a little feedback. Okay, logo. And so now, if I go to the suggestion page, it exists, and I can go back to the home page. Ain't that cool? All right. These links don't work yet, but at least we have navigation. So now, we can finally create our episodes. And right as I say this, I get sucked into a side quest. Talk to us. Talk to us. All right. Welcome to the NavBar. Ooh, I don't know who's still online. Hey, 9 people. Okay, cool. I am now going to, when I say online, it's probably tab open and gone to bed, but there's 9 tabs watching me. I am going to finally create a podcast collection. Keystatic.config.tsx. We have a singleton for settings that took us way too long. Now we're going to go fast and create collection, which are the other content types in Keystatic. That's the only 2 singletons collection. So let's call it shows, because episodes is a bit too long. Shows is going to be a collection. Again, it needs a label called shows. Now, when we've done the singleton, the path was just a string. Collections, there's that little asterisk wildcard placeholder that kind of lets you finally control where the slug gets generated. You'll see what I mean in a second. So path, we're going to say src content shows, and now I need, see, it's not happy. It needs this star somewhere, double star. So our shows are gonna go, and basically it lets you decide if you want a single file or if you want a folder with multiple files in it. We'll go single file, which means we'll go star for the slug, and we don't have a trailing slash. If you go trailing slash, it's gonna create a directory. That's the convention. Schema is gonna be nothing, but it still wants more. It wants the slug field to know how to create the slug field. Slug field is going to be the podcast title. So it's gonna take the titles, the text field, and then generate a URL-friendly slug based of that. It's not happy because there is no such thing as a title, but we'll do it now. And here we'll use fields.slug. And the name is going to be title. That's a bit confusing, but basically it creates a slug that is matched to the title string, which is a text string. And there's name here because that's the name of the actual title field. And if you wanted a slug, you can call it differently by doing slug label equals unique URL, unique slug, whatever. I just show that to show you that I'm gonna close these pages that we don't need. So now if I go to, you can see we have collections as well with the plus because they're multiples. And now there's this unique slug is bound to the title. So if I go 01, how cool is that? It's going to create a slug that matches. Of course, you can change it to what you want, or you can remap it. So it lets you, it handles slugs, and it's gonna make sure that it doesn't collision with another one, which is pretty nice. Okay, so let's take a look at the NavBar. Let's take a look at one episode. Can I learn more about this? Show me the info about one episode. Is that all? Is that the best you can do? The NavBar. Hang on. I am actually 10 minutes before the show. I got access to podcast, Spotify. I think this is the admin UI. Look at this. Look at this. We're trending after yesterday's. Yes, what I wanted to see is if we take this. Is there a page? Yes. Okay, there you go. Okay, so there is a title. The image is always the same. This will be inferred for. Okay, publish date. Duration, I don't know if we want the duration because the player will kind of show that. I don't want to do it manually. Okay, we're going to have a published date. So we've done the title. Let me remove the slug is fine. I just wanted to show you the API. Published on small n fields that date label published on. So as I type the fields, let me have both tabs next to each other so I can flip-flop back and forth. As I type the fields, you can see that now we have this published date, which is a date picker. So basically you get the idea. You set up schema, and then it's depending on what field you use, you have a UI that makes sense to populate it. Then we're gonna have a title, we have the description, and here this is a rich text. So that's where we finally going to use MDX. So description, here we're not going to use fields dots because we're gonna tap into the experimental land. We're gonna use the experimental MDX field, which soon will be fields.mdx, but for now it is this do not use or you will be fired. No, it actually use it. It's ready. We just doesn't have the styling, and it might change a little bit, but it's I'm using it for everything I do with Keystatic. This replaces, or this an evolution of the fields.document, which is markdoc only. You can see here MDX from the markdoc import. It's not a mistake. They're both sitting there for now, but they will eventually be on Keystatic core in fields. So here we're going to use the experimental thing. The only thing it wants is a label of description. Just with that, now we have this super, it's gonna look better than this one. Watch this. We have this really nice editor where you can do stuff like # for an h2. Hello. You can choose that, and there's basic tools that you can enable, disable granularly on the settings. This happens in format options. What are the options? Yeah, so you can say true, false, or pass an object of props for all of them. Very cool. They're all enabled by default. And the cool thing is you can also create custom blocks like YouTube video, testimonials, all the stuff, and then you have this drop down. You can also use the / command to select some. There's a z-index we need to fix. But as you create custom components to make your editor super bespoke, you can then / command, like in Notion, pull them from as you type. And we'll do a few of them, but let's start with, okay, let's go back to, we have the publish date. No, publish date is actually that we don't want to do that. Explicit content is always going to be no, because we're beautiful. I'm Swiss, and John is very respectful. We both have children. We know how to behave. Promotional content. I don't think any of this needs to be in the CMS. Episode preview, transcript. Oh, that's for Spotify. And there's the player. Okay, we're not going to do QA and polls. So I think this is like a bare bones schema. But now, so what happens is now, remember how we set the collection to JSON here? The default is YAML. And if you don't define a format, it's going to create an index.yaml file. And then it's going to create a MDX file inside a folder just for the description field. But I don't want this. I want my MDX file with all of the other fields in the front matter at the top, and then the MDX. And to do this, you need to go in format once again, but you need to use a content field. Content field lets you select which basically field is going to be the body of the MDX or markdoc file. And in our case, it's description. So by doing this, we have now implicitly opted out of YAML and we moved to MDX. And because we don't have a trailing slash here, it's going to create a file called the slug of the episode .mdx and put all the fields in the front matter and then that, which is beautiful. So let's try it out. We're gonna go on the first. Oh, you know what's missing? We're missing the most important bit, which is the show audio file URL podcast URL. I don't know. Oh, just URL. Maybe we can use the URL field here. I don't use it that often. The URL from the podcast host for the show. That's pretty, I mean, it's just John and I that are going to use this. So let's try this. Look at this. I feel like the description should come last. Nope. That. Yeah, it feels nice. By the way, if you want to reach, if you want to go to town with this here and you want it to have a more prominent space for the rich text field, we have this entry layout. I think it's, oh, maybe it's not in format. We have this entry layout, which lets you choose between form, which is the default, and content. And content basically moves everything to a sidebar and gives you this nice, like ghost-like typing experience. So I think that works well for this. No questions in the comments. I'll keep going. So we will go and do the first episode, the NavBar teaser. It's not a real episode. It's just like a few seconds. So let's call them the same. This is where you're like, yes, maybe it should be imported from the RSS feeds, but I don't know. Yes, it could, but also I'm not going to do this every day and then once we're there. So July 19th, 2022. That's a while ago. We got to go back 2 years. How do I do this? I go up. July 19th, 2022. And now, so shout out. Let me go on Twitter real quick. Shout out to Wes Boss and Scott Tolinsky. If I go, so yeah, I said, hey, what's the best practice to host? I went down this rabbit hole of thinking that you can't host MP3s because you use their bandwidth and then they get cranky. But both Wes and Scott from Syntax said, dude, no, do that, that's the whole point. And then very good point. If you don't, then you lose the stats. So shout out to both of them. And Fredke is also linking to the Syntax website, which is open source. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to copy. I don't think I can get it from here. The best way I found, there might be better ways. The best way I found to take that URL, because this gives you this public link, which is, it tries to make you go to Spotify because it's Spotify thing. But if you go to download episode and you right click and copy link address, this is the actual URL that is used in the audio player. So I'll paste that here. M4A. All the other episodes are MP3. I don't know about this one. Maybe it's because it's really short. But if I open a new tab and I play it.
My name is John Myers.
And I am Simon Vrashly Otis. Vrashly Otis. Hopefully you heard that. I don't know if my audio is getting sent to the stream, but it's working. Yeah, that's an audio player and that's what we're going to do. So let's create this. And remember what we've... I hate this Astro thing. I need to restart the server. Astro, you saw a flash of error and it wasn't Keystatic. It was Astro saying, I am detecting both YAML and markdoc files, which means it's data and content, which are different types, which is not permitted in content collections. But it reminds me that we need to go and do the config. But first, look at this. Now we've created SRC. We have our assets, our content settings, and now we have the shows, and we have a single MDX file with all the front matter. Let's add some data to it. And you know what? I'm sure that the actual podcast has, yeah, we looked at it. There's a description here. Okay, let's copy that. Welcome to the NavBar. You can almost hear John Myers when you read this. And let's go professional, make that bold just to show you that it's like Markdown, MDX. So now if we look at the MDX file, there we go. We have an MDX file generated by Keystatic. And if I remove the bold here and I save the file, it's removed here. So we have this two-way editing with MDX or a beautiful admin UI, which is like dark mode supported. Like it's pretty solid and it's great. It works on mobile. Like there's a lot of work that went through it. And this is nice that you get this for free, but you still, if you like, you know what? My jam is that without the sidebar. Why is the sidebar not going away? I'm trying to remove the sidebar. Something is wrong with my computer. Command B, Command B, Command B. Command J. Yeah, Command B. I cannot close the sidebar. Anyway, you can still edit this, which is super cool. So we have our date field, string text, URL, which we're going to use to display that. And let's create a second one just so we have a collection of more than one. We'll do the exact same for the episode 2. I'll do it quickly. So it's actually episode 1. We did this 0 index like professional developers. So 1, how to record better videos. You can see the slug has been generated directly July 20th, 2022. So 2022, July 20th. And we're gonna nab the podcast URL like we did before. Oh my God. I'm gonna download, copy the download link. This time it's going to be MP3, you'll see. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, and copy the description also real quick. It looks, the description got bigger and bigger as we got more into the episodes. All right. So now, see that flash, that's what I was saying, is because there's no content collection config. And the lawnmowers have kicked in, beautiful. So now we have these 2 files. And as a result, we have a dashboard with 2 entries. Pretty cool. Seriously, the council decides to mow the lawn right beside my little fence every time. I mean, I stream quite often, but it's always on the stream days. So, 11 o'clock. It's going to get very hot very soon. Let me try to display this on the front end. So we're going to go the home page. We're going to have a shows page and also a home page, which is a list. Maybe let's create a page called shows and do that there. SRC, pages. We're going to have a directory for this one because we're going to have index. We're going to have an index file. And we're going to have a slug for the individual episodes, that Astro. And this is where the cool stuff like view transitions with persisting play podcasting are going to happen. This is not going to happen today probably, but so here, let me copy the index page. I might not keep the import if I'm not using it. So I think on my front end, wherever that is, there, I think the episode was going to slash shows. No, it was slash episode, so that's 404. So in our navigation, which is in our base layout, we want to go to shows, and let's hide the about for now, since it doesn't exist. Oh my God. All right, so homepage, suggestion page with the form, and episodes. You know what? I should call it shows because it goes to shows. All right, so now this is the shows page. So let's go to that shows page. And we're not going to have the settings at all here, so we can get rid of that. And we will get collections instead. Get collection because we're going to get more. So here the page is just going to say shows. I'll have components for the header and stuff later. Don't worry about duplication for now. This page shows the list of published episodes. I'm really stating the obvious there just to have some. So let's get rid of the follow on. That's definitely gonna go in the footer somewhere. Actually, let's kill it here. Let's kill it from the home page. And instead, let's go in base. And we're gonna have after the slot a footer, and we can put it in here. Now it's not gonna to go. It's not gonna go. Sorry, close low enough. But we can fix that with grid or flex. I'll just add the same max width, the max width container. Okay, so we want this to be always at least at the bottom, and we can have the whole thing go full DVH or AV, I don't know which one, VH, dynamic viewport height. We can have a grid, and then it's gonna be auto, 1FR auto, and the 1FR here is gonna take everything it has available. So watch this. The body, I don't know if, yeah, I guess because slot, but slot needs to be only, maybe I wrap slot in main, so it's always gonna be just one tag. So we have header, footer, and main. And so that's a bit, I don't know if I would do it on the body tag, but let's do it here. We're gonna have a grid, and we're gonna have explicit grid rows of auto, that's arbitrary values in Tailwind, 1FR auto. And it should be min, max, 0 to 1FR. Although I don't know if it, so if I hover over this, I created nothing because it doesn't exist. If I did S, now I've created this grid rows. So grid template columns auto, min, max, 0, 1, auto. And you've seen when there was a typo, it pushed it to the left. And that's as close as type safety as you get. It basically tells you this class doesn't exist. It's not Tailwind, so I'll put it at the front and you handle it by yourself because it's obviously not Tailwind. So just because I saw it jump to the start, and with the auto sorting, it doesn't go at the start. Otherwise, it told me that I had a mistake. Rosalino Flores, hello. Thanks for joining. Okay, so now look at this. I've created a grid with 3 columns, but I also need to say min, height. Let's go with DVH because it's added to Tailwind. And it's basically dynamic viewport height, which is it the one that includes or is aware of the little toolbar at the top and bottom of mobile devices? I will try that. So see, now the footer goes at the start, but our grid has now made content go a bit wonky because it centers stuff. We can fix it with different. We might be able to fix it at the parent level, but I can also go with full on the children. I'll do that. I believe that maybe justify stretch, something might fix it. But anyway, and we gotta do that as well to, hey, well, let's try then. With full away. Is it justify stretch? Is it a thing? It is a thing, but does it work? All right. I hate doing this sort of stuff on a stream because I lose my superpowers and they come back instantly after I stop. So I'll go with full here. And there's definitely better ways to do that. Let's pretend we haven't seen follow. Okay, that's the header footer. Who cares? Now we can go to our home page and our suggestions, and it's always at least on the footer. And if there was more content, we would still be able to scroll. It's not gonna stop, but it's using at minimum, the middle column here is using 1FR, this one. Let me show you the grid so you see what's happening. We have 3 rows, 1, 2, and then 3. Wonderful. So let's go in the shows page, and we're going to show a list of episodes. Now that's gonna be cool. In the shows index here, we're gonna get collection. Let's get rid of CX until we use it. Const shows equals await. Get collection shows, which we still haven't defined in the config, so it's gonna be any. But even if it's any, check this out. Pre-tag, prequel, pre-tab, JSON.stringify shows null 2. Look at this. They're here. We have 2 shows with the URL, the publish date, everything. This is Astro. Like, you could remove Keystatic completely and it would work, because this is Astro reading from the content shows and it finds MDX files. And because in the Astro config we have added the MDX integration, it knows what to do with it. That's it. Get rid of Keystatic. The only thing you will lose is that beautiful admin UI to edit your existing content. You will keep the MDX files, and we're not using Keystatic at all on the front end, at all. It's all using content collections. Now, of course, Keystatic actually has tools. What's happening with import read? Keystatic core reader. You can create your own reader, and basically it's going to read from the file system just like content collections do. So if you're not using Astro and you don't have tools to query stuff, Keystatic does all of this. In any use case that you use it, you can do that. But because Astro has that content collection convention, we say, hey, it's well documented, people using Astro already know it, let's use the tools of the thing. Hope it makes sense. Let me go in my content collection very quickly and define const shows. We're going to rely crazily on VS on Copilot here. Do everything Copilot. Yes. What is that? Mate, you just made that up. Schema. Okay, you did not help. We have a title, which is zod.string. Description. Oh, description is not part of the. Okay, so if we look at the content collection, the description is actually that. It's not a field. It's not typed because it's just MDX free-flowing stuff. So you have title, published on, and URL. So I believe that the config is able to, if I go published on, it's definitely know that it's z.date, yeah? Come on, z.date, yes, and then that was creepy, but okay. Z.url doesn't exist. How do you do a URL in Zod? I'm sure there is. I'll go string. But there's probably as URL. Is URL? URL? Like this? There you go. And there's our shows. Shows collection. Now let me restart the server to make sure that flickering error of that. I want these to try to adding data to collection config. collection contains entries on a different type. Okay, so I think what it's telling me is this one needs to has a type of data because it defaults to content. Is that what it is? Hard refresh? Okay, maybe it's... Oh, and maybe that's why. Oh, that's why I didn't have the let me... Now I'm gonna go in the home page here where I was struggling and I will have all the set. Oh my god, it works. Okay, so because I didn't have type data, it couldn't infer the proper type because a data has a different setup. It doesn't have a slug. Now it has everything that I was trying. See that beautiful stuff that I was trying to infer. So when I did my image, like the experience, now I had to guess before, but now I would have all the fields like this. This is what I wanted from day one. While I'm here, let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of that in... No, we're good. Okay. So now we should have the shows with... So now what is your problem? Because I've done the same. Do I have to set type? Am I tripping? We just observed the thing working. And now it does the same in there. Okay, I had to restart the server. Cool. Cool, we're cooking with fire. And I can close the sidebar again. Thank you. So now we can do fun stuff because look at this. Instead of stringifying stuff, we can have an ordered list with a class of empty8. And here, well, although we should check if there are any shows. First, shows.length is greater than 0 and end. Do not, look, when I press enter, it will remove the curly. It does that once and then I have to redo it. I don't know why. Yeah, so now I check if there's a length because we don't want an UL that is an empty UL element with our li. And then we can go shows.map. And for each show, we are going to lose the... we are going to have an li. It's not React, so we don't need a key. Let's start with... But now we have TypeScript, so I can do show that, and it tells me what to have. Data.title. Look at this. We're going to have a UL with 2. I can get rid of this. Ha ha ha, look at this. What should we show on the list? Because we're going to go to the unique page fairly quickly. But the list should still be... I just realized one thing. I want another field in the collection. Title. I want an episode number or an ID, which is a number. Because guarantee that the order, like the title thing is not always good. I don't know. There'll be stuff, there's double episodes there. I don't want the title to be responsible for the number because I want to display, actually, they do this in syntax and I like to do this. This is not me copying because I do this often. I like to show a number in a corner. And before you say, yeah, right, you're just copying, Simon. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at this calendar app. Look at what's happening in the bottom here. There's a number. I like doing this thing. I've been doing this on lots of projects. So I'm going to do it without copying. But that means we need an ID and let's have a description to be more clear about this. Description, 3-digit, because we're definitely going to 100+ episodes, John. Commitment here. 3-digit number representing the episode number. Okay. So we can very quickly go here, and this is 0, 0, 1. Oh no. It's gotta be a string if it's gotta be 0. No, okay. We can triple ourselves. Let's not do this. Let's just have a number, and then we can format it with some JavaScript. Shows. This one is 0. Okay. So this is the same number, but it's not always gonna be. And also we're gonna have to have, we have little card, and I don't want to pass like split the title and then get the first, you know what I mean. Let's have a grid from the get-go in our shows page. So we're gonna go grid calls 3 at the LG breakpoint. Let's make it completely inconsistent by changing the max width on every page, but it's a prototype. I just realized I haven't looked for design inspiration yet. I am the inspiration. So each thing here is going to be a card element. We're gonna keep the UL, but the card element is that. So let's go class equals p-6 shadow md rounded LG. Just random. Okay, which reminds me that I need a gap in my grid. Let's go fairly big gap. It's pretty slow. I don't know what's happening. Usually Astro is incredibly quick. The hot reloading takes a bit of time. Okay. And then instead of just all of this inside the LI, we're going to have an h2 tag, which has the show data title, and it's going to have a class of text LG font medium. Boom! You know what? I'm gonna go bigger. I know all the years of working with Steve Sugar, he kept saying, don't just slightly bigger. You don't need to. Most people would do this. They would go text. It's a title, so it's gotta be big, stand out. But turns out, like if you look at everything Tailwind Labs does, it's always, it's gonna be LG. Like the typical heading size is gonna be LG, leading 7, font medium. That's like a classic. You add text late 900, and you're like rocking. But no, I'm gonna go XL and medium, and I'm not gonna. How to record better videos. Should we have the description here? Because it's no, because description is the big thing. We could have an excerpt, another field, and we might have the player here directly. But for now, let's also see how there's a shadow, but it's still hard to see the card. One trick I like to do is to add. This one I stole from James M. I didn't steal it. He gave it to me. We worked together, and he was like, dude, you use a ring utility of 1, and then you do it black and only 5% opacity. It's like, you can't see it, but it just make it pop. So, well, you can see it. But now the cool thing is it makes the shadow just like so much nicer. And I could even go with less than 5%. But we'll go with this. And what do we do on hover? What should we do? Let's make the whole card. So that's an interesting thing, and there's multiple. Like you could, if you wrap the whole card in a link, then technically you can't hover. Like you have an anchor tag with an H2 inside, which is not the end of the world, but typically inside an inline element, you don't want block, like you want to span or stuff. You can do position relative on the parent. And then at the bottom here, you can have a link with the href is going to be slash shows slash. We have a slug. Oh, TypeScript's gonna help us. Show that Yeah, I get the slug. Oh, it's called the ID. And here, it's going to have no text, but it's going to have a class of... It's going to probably has an area role if it has no area label. Class of absolute in set 0. That basically. And let's go area label view episode. I don't know. It's always a bit funny when you stream and you don't double check what you do. But basically now the whole card is clickable, but we don't have an anchor tag containing all of the content. And there might be something wrong. Suggestion, maybe a play icon on the right hand side for quickly play. Yep, I totally agree. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, let's do that now, and then, but we're not gonna hook it up directly with the audio player. We're gonna do that on the individual page there, and then try to bring it here. So basically, we want to make this a flex parent. Justify between and items center. I don't know if the title is on multi-line. Do we want the play icon? What I'm doing here is I'm going to have, don't worry about this one, it's absolutely positioned, so it doesn't care about that, but we want the title on the left, and then we want a icon. Let's go back to, what is that? Let's go back to lucid.dev. And we're going to get the play. That's a bit too simple. Do we have something cool? Piano, but it's not always piano. I like these music instruments. Ooh, a cassette. A waveform is kind of cool. It's kind of, I think the play is a bit too like plain. That's a YouTube play though. You know, people, yeah, play circle. You know, I'm gonna go with the cassette. The cassette. Or the CD. Cassette, that tape. Oh, I like this little effect. So, let's do that. We have the SVG here. And that's cool thing about Astro, you don't have to convert these to camel case and go class name. It's just HTML is a valid Astro component. Look at this. I was gonna be like, what's the next step? But it's because it's styled with 24 by default. I'll still do it manually here. 24 is 6 in the Tailwind world because tables are for 6 times 4, 24. Now the color might be a bit different. I don't know. Why don't we don't have we don't have a design and we don't have a brand color. I feel like this would be a good place for fill. I don't know if fill or stroke. Oh no, we want the stroke. And obviously when you go hover, what are we gonna do? It's probably a terrible idea, but let's scale it at 110. And we need a transition. What did I do wrong? Transition, hover, scale. Oh, you can't scale it. Oh, because we're not hovering this. We're hovering the thing under. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Can I do group hover? Can I put group here? Because technically the thing we hover, but the event might bubble down. The thing we hover is that. And it's a peer. So I can do peer hover otherwise, but let's try group. And then group hover here. Yeah, that works. It's still part of the group. This looks terrible though. I don't want it on group hover. I want it only on the hover of that. But that means that I need to not have my... I can't hover that if the card is hoverable. Okay, let's cancel that ID of that. Oh, let's keep the href though. We remove the relative class here, although it never hurts. We remove the group. And we're gonna wrap the h2 like that. Did I do it right? So now only the titles, and this is gonna be clickable as well. I think it's nicer. So we need some feedback. Hover, underline. Let's go with that for now. It's underrated how efficient it is at communicating. So now we can hover the thing here. So just hover. But I was really not happy with that scale effect. It looks pretty sloppy. So let's just change the hover effect to stroke inherit. Is that a thing? Looks like it is. So can we inherit back to the... we don't want white. Stroke. Slate. You see, and now I'm doing the random Tailwind prototyping thing where I just put any color. Notice that this is a link, so the cursor changes to pointer, but this is not a link, so it doesn't have the pointer, which tells you something about what you should be doing. Let's see the comments. Hover, change the icon to headphones. Ooh! Ooh! You can, it's gonna take me long, but it's a good, I like the idea. And I could make one slide to the left and disappear and zip, zip. I've done that on a different project where the client wanted the icon on the right, and then when you hover the button, the icon should go on the left. So there was like this timed animation transition that looked pretty cool. I like this. I'm not gonna do this now, but what I can do maybe is just switch the icon without any... No, let's not do that. But it's a great idea. I love it. I will do this at some later point. That's a cool idea. So for now, what did we do? Oh, just go black. So, does it work already? It does. We just have a blank page because I created the blank page for the slug, and it hasn't, but it exists. That's why we don't have a 404. So let's do our stuff. We're building a static site here. So when you use a dynamic route segment like this, you need to have the export async function get static path. Oh my god, what did you just do? I don't want that. No, just go away. Don't. I'm doing it. Oh my god. Chill out. Chill. Okay. Basically, this async function needs to return an array of parameters which match the dynamic thing. So an array of, it needs to return an array of params, but instead of ID, what is that? Why is 2? Instead of ID, it is gonna be slug1, slug2. Why is it squiggled? Anyway, there's probably something wrong there, but the way you do this is by, again, import get collection from Astro, and then const shows. Even if you just want to show one show, we need to get all the shows. We need to get all the shows so we can map and get the slug, which is that. Yeah? So here we can do that. Return shows.map. And for each show, we want to return implicitly an object that has params, and then slug show.slug. Boom! We're done. That was quick. So this is an implicit return, so it returns an object with params and then slug. And every time you can see, it tells us the slugs are exactly what we want. And I'll remove that to show you after what it does. This, okay, so here we're going to have our layout. Is it gonna import it? And then we're gonna have H1 with the show title for now. Let's auto import this. I need Copilot for that. You don't have the auto import. Yes, do it. Do that. Oh my god, you can't do it. Fine, I'll do it. Import layout. I guess it's because it's called base, so it's not really, but it's in layout, so yeah. And you know what? Every page is importing the layout, so that would be one good place to. You can. There's an auto import extension that lets you. I think it's an integration. And then you can say auto import layout and point to that file, and then it's basically imported in all your Astro files, which might be nice. It did it here. What the hell? With components, which is completely wrong. Okay, so now we have a layout and a page that says show. What's wrong? Internal server error. Did we crash? Did we crash Astro? Shows is not defined. Const shows. It's show. And then show. I was shows is not const shows equals. Oh yes, because this is also an async stuff, so you need to do you need to get it from inside. I've done that. So sometimes it's funny if you also wanted the content collection shows, you would have to do it outside as well. Thank you. Hey, you like, no, absolutely not. I want to put your comment here and it asks if I wanted to ban you. I want the opposite of banning you. I want to thank you. What Aaron is showing is that here I could just go, we've created an alias @/. So that should work too. Because src, and then we have the layouts here. So we may as well use the import that we've created. So let's look at our shows. Why is it not found? Yeah, that looks good. Okay, why do we have a 4 shows /0 the NavBar teaser? Slug.astro. Let's try to get rid of that, and it should tell us that you need a get static param stuff, which is the thing I was telling you. Okay, we're destroying. Yeah, see, get static path is required for dynamic routes. So once you bring that, now what is the problem? A get static path pattern was matched. Okay, so I've done something wrong. Maybe there's no params. /shows. Oh. No matching static path was found for the path. Do I need to include /shows in the path? Okay, I think params might be wrong. That might be from Next.js muscle memory. Maybe it needs an array of paths and not params. Return array of params, which is required, and you can pass props if you want. And the params are, yeah, ID. Okay. So in our case, it's slug. And so I pass the slug as a param. And it tells us, it knows, like if I go to get static path, the params is either that or that. The NavBar teaser 0 the NavBar teaser and 1. I don't get it. I'm gonna restart the server and it's gonna work. Let's request that page again. Oh, that's the back end. And that's the front end. Path shows /0 the navbar teaser.mdx. Oh, we don't want the .mdx. What is going on? Okay, I used ID and not slug. And we've seen that ID has the extension. That's the slug that we wanted. So in my index route, I just remember I've passed show.id, but it needs to be show.slug. And now the whole world is fixed. Well, we're still on the URL here, but if I go back to shows and I click, it's gonna go without. Okay, I need to refresh the page. Okay, now it goes to the actual slug and it's working. Show title. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, prepare to amaze for now. We're going to steal one more time the layout, sort of. So in our slug page, we're gonna have this, and instead of show that title, we can't use settings. Let's just go for now. Title. Tutke. Tutke. Title or Tutke. And then here is going to be the description. Whatever. You know what I want to say. Say it for me. Description. Please. Copilot. Fine, I'll do it. So there is amazing stuff. But now watch this. We've gotten we can't use that because it's inside the async function. We want to get entry here as well. And const show equals get entry from the shows collection. Thank you, TypeScript. And then astro that params, which is a thing, dot slug. Yes, so astro.params, remember we've passed the params here, so it gets it like that. And it's basically the URL param here is the astro param because this is a dynamic thing here. So we want the entry where the slug matches astro param slug. And now look at this. It knows it's the navbar teaser or the other one, etc. So watch this. Watch the magic. It's not magic. Show that. What? Ah, I didn't await it. That's why it's asking me to give me a promise. Await. Now I can do show that. Look at this. Beautiful. Show that data, that title. And here you'd think you can go show that data, that description, but there's no description. Because remember, it's not a field, it's like the whole WYSIWYG. If I opt out of this, the actual description is the content inside after the fields from the front matter. So it's MDX basically. So you can access it, and it's called body. But if we do show that body in a paragraph tag, it's not going to be pretty. Well, actually it is because it's just text. But let me show you if I go, no, let's go to the other one, number 1. And if I change this to, maybe not in the middle of the world, change this to bold. and then underline good quality. Where's underline? There is no underline. Let's make that a link to hashtag, and let's add then H2. Whoa. Okay, so if I save this, now our content for number 1 is a little bit more complex. And if we look at the front end, you can see that it renders the string, basically the markdown string. So we want to pass it into HTML. But we could do it ourselves, and Keystatic certainly offers a renderer, or actually it doesn't anymore. There's ways, lots of community ways to do that. But again, Astro being awesome, Astro has that concept. If you look at the show here, there is a render function, which is a promise. So look at this. Const think, actually, because I know what you can destructure two things from await render. No, show that render. Show that render. And here, I wonder if it picks up what you can get. Yes. You can have a content component, which is literally a uppercase content component, closing, opening, closing tag, that will render that MDX for you. And then you can get the headings if you want to have links to every heading. Well, it basically creates these anchor links. So now, instead of show that body, you can get rid of that and go content. Boom. Literally just that. And that is the content, which is the rendered MDX. Now, it's always a bit of a flop in Tailwind when you do this, because the headings and everything is reset to 16 pixels, font weight normal. At least the bold is working, but see, for example, the link here, you can see the arrow. When I go on good quality, it's going to be a hover, and it's a link that goes to hashtag. So this is where people say, now what do you do with Tailwind? Because you don't have access to the content. It comes from MDX. And you can write styles by yourself. Obviously, you're going to have to target the children. I would never do this, but you could say, and p tag. Let's not do this. Uppercase. Would that work? And P, uppercase. So we select the child paragraph inside there, and now the text is uppercase. But there's way better ways to do this. We're gonna use the Tailwind typography plugin, like you're all screaming in your heads. So here, npm I at Tailwind CSS typography. I felt like I typed something wrong, but I couldn't tell. Tailwind CSS / typography. Let's try again. Yay, npm run dev again. Let's close this. So now in my Tailwind config file, I can register here. Well, I need to import the typography from Tailwind CSS typography, and then I can register it in the plugins array typography. So what it does, it does nothing until you do something. But if I go in the slug.astro here, I don't know if I can add classes directly here. I don't think so. Yeah, no. So we're gonna wrap this into a div. And here, we're gonna give one class. Well, we can give more, but there's that class of prose, which is provided by the typography plugin, and we'll write hundreds and hundreds of lines of very advanced CSS. that puts a whole lot of design opinions. Again, remember, Tailwind is built by designers first and foremost. Steve Sugar being the main guy, but Adam is also very design focused. And so there's a lot of attention to details, and now you get this like typography out of the box. Obviously, it looks weird because I have a heading after a paragraph and not before. But if you had some HTML kitchen sink, yes, give me kitchen sink.html. Let's grab, oh no, because it's HTML. Okay, let's go to Chris, no, why did I say Chris Coyer? I mean, it's CodePen, Chris Coyer created that pen. That's why. That's the thing I use usually. Let's grab, we're not gonna need all this, but if we were to turn our post, what am I doing? There. If I, you know what, we'll redo everything. Maybe I should not have pasted. Yeah, looks like it worked. So now, with all this HTML, you can see that there's a lot of formatting that happens very nicely for you. And that would take quite a while. Of course, you can customize all of this, and you can do it in CSS, or you can do it in JavaScript in the config file, or you can do it directly if that's your jam. Don't go on Twitter and say this is terrible, but if that's your jam, you can do it from here. If you wanted all the H3 to be red, you would go pros-H3 text red 500. And now the H3s, here's one. There might be another one, I don't know. Nope. And on hover, the H2s, pros H2s are uppercase. This is a terrible idea, but let me find an H2 and then I hover it and it goes uppercase. So from the parent, you can style children elements without doing the nested selectors, because that's what it does for you under the hood. And you might have noticed if I hover on the pros, it uses this where for every single thing. And that allows it to not have specificity creeping up, and then you can't override it with a single class, so it's pretty smart. Like, people think Tailwind is for people that don't understand CSS, but there's a lot of smarts in, and also I guarantee you that unless you are maybe Chris Coyer and a few, you will go through that list and you will definitely learn CSS, some stuff about CSS. There's stuff that is mind-opening. Yeah, so have a look. And the other thing you might notice is that everything checked that it's class not pros. And not pros is a way to opt out if you're inside of a pros container scope, and you have like a CTA card, and you don't want it to inherit the H2 size, and you can say not pros on this, and it's going to opt out. It's basically saying, I know I'm within the pros, but let me out. So by just adding not pros to a child element somewhere, if you had a component, it's going to skip that, because every single rule here checks that it's not pros. Pretty cool. So let's get rid of these two, and I'll probably customize the pros later. Pros slate. Let's go slate, because you're not gonna see much of a difference, but it got this like bluish, coolish. And also let's go back to not the kitchen sink. Can I? Oh. Whoa! Did I close all the tabs accidentally? No, I didn't. Let's go back to, is it episode 1? Yes. Let's go back to, oh, it's already selected, that description. And we're just gonna copy that. So, where are we? Have we implemented? Let's go home. We should probably put the shows on home, but we have this card here. I probably want to have this. Okay, so now is the time where I'm moving this to a component. I'm making erratic moves. I'm gonna have a new component. Yeah, and here we're going to have a shows list, which I'll probably regret. Every time I do a component, I'm like, oh, actually, I don't want to reuse it exactly the same. And then you start passing a prop like isGrid. What's going through my mind right now is the syntax FM site. What is that? The show is a grid, and then if you go to shows, it's like a... Ooh, they have view transitions. I have not noticed that. So yeah, you can see it goes from grid to watch the show transition. Zoop. And so this is the same content, but this is where you start show list as grid, as like you start passing props, and then you're like, why did I even make a component like it's? But in this case, well, what I want to do is grab the whole, all that, basically. And in my shows list, I'm going to do this, which means at the top, I need to also do some logic. I need to not get the layout, but we'll get rid of it. But I need the other two lines. So from the component, I get the collections, and then I return this. Yeah? This is pretty cool. But it needs, I know, it fetches. So you know, like the React server components, where you like, oh, now you can fetch data from, in Next.js, from a leaf component, you can fetch data. That's basically what we do here in Astro, where you had to only on pages do get server-side props or get static props and then pass them to the components. And here you would receive it. Well, I think that's gonna work. We just get the data at the component level, and then in our index page here, we don't need to fetch the data at the page level. It's not gonna work for a single one where you want the slug, but for the list, we don't need to know about what page we're currently on. So let's import shows list from. Yes, I know, and now I want to use my components / shows list.astro, and I'm gonna change this to base layout. I'm so gonna regret this, but I can't have one that's lowercase. Like Astro always makes their components camel case like this, or Pascal case. I don't know how it's called. Hopefully it tells me, would you like to update the imports? Let's yeah, it's imported, it's updated everywhere. Very nice. So now in my, I've chose the wrongest time to do this and stop my train of thought. In my index page, we import the shows list. And basically here, I just want to do shows list with nothing else, just shows list. And unless I can't think of something, it still works. But now I can go on my home page where I was like, you know, that'd be cool to, what's going on? I broke the server. Okay, I need to close. So when you do auto imports, yeah, this one, don't save. When you do auto import, but you have files open, maybe I just done something. Maybe I'm doing something very stupid and deleted everything. Yeah. Base layout. Suggestion. Yeah, I should have hit save. When you have a file open, it can't change it and save it for you if it's unsaved. Hopefully I didn't delete stuff that I was building. But yeah, okay, so now shows page has the shows list. And if I go to home page, why is it so slow? Now on my home page, I can very quickly import. You know what? Do it like the cool kids. Just go shows list auto import. Why am I importing it like it's 2022 or something? Okay. And we've just entered a discussion for container queries. You can see the same card because of the max width container that I had changed to 7XL is way not cool. And that's why when you work with cards that go in grids and stuff, container queries are going to be amazing because you can say, if there's not enough space, just... Or I guess I could go flex wrap here too, but whatever. So now I liked my heading. I don't know about this. This is prototyping, but I liked the heading to have max width of 2XL. So maybe I'll just bring it back like this. It looks dumb, hey. And also baking the margin top on that show list is a terrible idea. I should allow to pass a class or do something because I want way more, like I want something like this here. MT20. Why is it so slow? What's wrong with the MT20? Okay. It'll look better when there will be 3 episodes, trust me. So I'll go in the shows list. I'm gonna have to stop and eat soon. It's 12 o'clock. I've been on for like 3 hours straight. And I can feel you can see the sweat on my forehead. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the MT8 here. I could spread the classes that get mixed. I probably would do that, but for now, let's go to the index for the shows page. And here we go MT8. So on the shows, it's a bit closer. I don't know why it's it's completely... yes, I know you can blame Tailwind for inconsistency, but this is not Tailwind. This is just how I prototype the stuff. The NavBar podcast, blah, blah, blah. List of episodes. And then we have the single episode. So let's try something. I don't know if right now is the time to try this because it's gonna take a while and I'm really getting really hot. I wanted to try to actually display the... Well, let's display the rest of the data, but I wanted to display the player because that's we're here to make a podcast episode and we've done everything but that. As the birds happily tweet. So let's go in the slug page and we're going to published on it's so hot. Show that data that published on, but it's a date, so it's gonna not be happy. Yes, I agree. The homepage is the top 3 or the latest and not the whole thing. Yeah, for now, I don't really think about all of this, but yes, I forget that I'm actually building a site that we want to use, but how to record better videos published on. Okay, I never know how to do this. I just YOLO it and sometimes it works. Const pretty date equals new. Yes, that. Okay, well, this is how you do it. But US, I don't know. Let's go Australia. Because I'm in AU. Let's see what I get with pretty date. Oh my god. This is where, like, sometimes Copilot gets in the way and sometimes it just, like, comes clutch. Why don't you see pretty date there? Thank you very much. So we can add a class of empty to text sm text font, no, text slate 600. Well, this is tiny, but if we make it font medium, it won't be bigger, but it will feel a bit bigger. Bit of chunk. This is horrible. What am I doing? I think what's wrong is this needs to be, where's the intro? Yeah, okay, I gotta go LG, pros, LG. So it's a bit chunk. Give me some chunk. There you go. And we're gonna have some MT8. Separation of visual concerns. Okay, I'm just making random stuff here. But we have the published date. What else do we have? Oh, the episode number. And then the URL. I don't know. I might use the episode number on the list only. I don't know what it makes. Oh yeah, maybe I can do that. I won't do the triple thing, but I can go episode. And this probably could be a time thing. What is the time? It needs like a, is it a time thing? What's the attribute? It's called time. Date. Date time. I don't know. Maybe I'm making it worse. Show that data that published on. It actually what's a date. Oh no, it wasn't string. I think that's the time element. Shoot me if I'm wrong. Me trying to make stuff a bit more like, semantic and accessible, and I'm probably doing it wrong. But what I want to do is go episode and then n mid dot. And here go show dot data dot, how did I call it? ID? Yo, where is it? ID 1. Ooh. I think that Astro is taking over with its own ID and overriding this. Might be wrong. Might be wrong. Show that because it has ID, but it's not what you think. And show that data. Oh no, it's probably there. It think it's not there because we have the TypeScript, but look, it should probably there. No, it's not. Show that data, that ID. Let's go in the config.ts because I added an ID here. Z number. Is it there now? Okay, so you need to actually provide the stuff for it to be... Yeah, so you definitely need to maintain the collection and stuff. I guess if there's no collection, it's really needed, but once you define it, it becomes strict. For example, now if I remove, it's gonna bomb the site. It says, hey! Oh no, that's that. It bombed for a different reason. But if I remove the title, the title doesn't show. And if I add a foo property, and it's required, it's gonna say mismatching that doesn't exist. So once you opt in, it's very strict, which is, I mean, that's the whole idea of a type system. Look how it scales up when we get big, because I went prose large at the large breakpoint. Okay, so we show the episodes, we show the date, and blah, and now the big moment. So once again, shout out to, this time specifically, Scott Tolinsky. Yes, 1 week to go. Yes, Scott Tolinsky said, we also use Media Chrome, and I was like, oh, at first I thought it's Chrome extension or something. I looked it up, and it's an open source media player from Mux, and it looks dope. So I'm gonna, thank you, Scott. I'm going to try now YOLO live stream it after lunchtime, which is the worst possible idea. But Media Chrome, there it is. So that's the thing. It's a web component that works. The cool thing, I also haven't really used web components. It's like a lot of, that's what I said, stepping out of the comfort. I really don't know why I'm starting this now. You can install via npm, but I'll go and put the script tag here in my document head, because you can do, with Astro, you basically are in control of whatever you want to do. Let's put it here in the document head. As it says, it's safe to do that because modules are load asynchronously, so it's fine to put it, here. It's fine to put in the head. So by just doing this, I think I've made, I can just use now the media control. So look at this. There's an audio player. I've put the script tag, so we can put this. And it's going to give us these default styles by default. Maybe I'll show you very briefly. It's not me doing another tangent that lasts half an hour, I promise. If I go to my slug page, am I already in the slug? Yes. After the content, before the content. Where should we put the... Should it go below there? But it's going to be really long, so maybe before. So before the content here, look at this. If I went audio, and then the source, so that's the audio HTML tag. The source would be show.data.url. I don't like this. It should be like MP3 URL or something, whatever. It's not MP3. If I put just this, you won't see anything, but there's an audio element here that I can toggle with some JavaScript. But if you add the controls attribute, it gives you HTML8. And no, look at this. Okay, looks like the file did not work though. It's not happy with the URL. Okay, so I'm getting the cause stuff. Is it cause or unauthorized? I'm not allowed to use that. So one thing I can try, I feel like that link that I had to paste, that link, when you visit that in the URL, it actually redirects you to a different URL. That was very loud. So look, if I look at the URL now, it's using CloudFront stuff. So that's probably, I don't know if that means that bypasses the stats thing that Wes was saying, but let's try this. So I've changed the data. Let's see if it feels any better. I mean, it's black now. There you go. So you can hear that. I don't know if you can hear it, but this is definitely playing.
Code space full stop to open up.
I always listen at 2x, so it feels so weird. So that audio thing is looking completely. If I open Firefox, it's going to look completely different. If I do have Firefox. Not now. Everyone's trying to make you the first and import all. See, it looks completely different. Actually, it looks much closer to the one that the Mux does. And all you can't really style this. You can a little bit, like you can go display block. Is it gonna change something? Width full. Yeah, like this. But then you can't change the look. If I change the background color, it's going to change the background behind it. So I could be like, yeah, I found out randomly, don't ask how, that slate 100 is exactly the color of the blink whatever. Look at this. You cannot tell them apart. Can you? Oh yeah, you can. Close enough. But this is no way to live life. And if now that we've put these styles, if we look at this URL again, I've added it's just messed it up. So this is terrible practice. But now instead of this audio, we'll just keep the source here in my clipboard. Instead of that, we're going to use this. You can go away. We're going to use this Mux player. I've copied that. I think it's my clipboard. Let's paste all of this and then check what's going on. The first thing I want to do is replace that with my clipboard saved show that data, that URL. And now look at this. If we go back to the website, we have a player. And I can change the speed.
My name's John, and this is Simon. We've worked with content creators for some time and wanted to share. Doing your recordings, there's some really good tips for how you can hang up some.
Yeah, now John sounds like normal John to me. Although when we speak, we don't.
On your rental, which I think is the exact
when we
situation you're in,
speak,
right? Like you've got exactly what you were talking about in the video.
We don't speak at 2x, but whenever I listen to a recording or stuff or any podcast, it's always 2x, so it feels like it's normal people's voices. Media player is a component with a URL prop. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Oh, you mean a component because we're gonna use it in lots of places? Yeah, this would be a typical place where we put it here, but it's definitely gonna be its own thing. So yeah, maybe that's a good place to do it. I always put stuff directly in files and then move things around. But let's go media player.astro. It's an Astro file, but it's a... And so front matter here, well, it's not a front matter, it looks like one. Type, media, player, props. I'm sure that there's a prop type coming from Mux thing. But here we'll just go src. Call it src or URL. And it's a string. And then const URL. We're gonna grab this from astro.props as media player props. And so here we just pass the URL, and we're now assuming that we're receiving that. So I can here instead use my media player. I think to auto import you need the opening. Find it. Please, I'm running out of characters to type. He didn't find it. So let's import the media player here from... Did I do something wrong? Why is it not auto finding it? Media player. So it should complain. Okay, maybe I need to reload. It should say, hey, you're not passing the... Because now it's not going to know what to do on the... Well, the media player is here, but it doesn't have the... Okay, help me out. What am I doing wrong? Media player. It needs a URL, which is a string. What is URL here, if it's not there? Exactly, it's nothing, so why is it not complaining? Show that data.url. Now we have the URL and it's happy. So why is it not honoring that? Media player. There's a type, media player props. It's required, it's not optional. And then we grab it here and it says string. So why does it let me get away with an empty string? Anyway, this should say, maybe it's because of web component, I don't know. I was fully expecting, maybe I need to explicitly tell Astro, if not URL, throw new error there like this. But normally you don't have to do this. So if there's no URL, but this is a terrible error and a terrible field name. Something like this, I don't know. At least this would get people unstuck. But now, why do you not squiggle me here? Record, why is it any? Am I importing the wrong thing? Import media player from component provider. I am in an Astro file. Don't understand. Okay, don't care. We will, but show that data, that URL. What happens if I pass a number? 44. Now, yeah. So none of the type checking is working. I don't know. Maybe it's a silly typo that I can't see. If you live stream, you've probably experienced what I mean. But now we have a media player. We can get rid of the JSON stringify here. And now the cool thing is it's much easier to style. You can use Tailwind classes. You can use, I've looked at it for like 3 minutes just before going live. They have these set of CSS props that are defining the media control background. So basically you can just pass CSS variable, but you can also add normal classes. So Tailwind would work. I think it's nice to customize it with the CSS variables, but there's nothing wrong. Well, you'll see, like if I tried this just before the show. That's all I've done. I've never used it beyond trying to make it display, and then I tried BG red 500, and it kind of works, but there is some opacity in front of it. So now it's gonna be a little bit red, but we can see that the elements in front also have that stuff. Also, it's not stretching full, so did I paste it inside the... because it's inside a grid, yeah. Maybe. Oh God, it's so hot. It's gotta be 30 degrees in here. It's great. I have a fan on me, but today is the first day of autumn. Most people in the world are like so sad when autumn comes because summer's over. And I tell you what, living in Australia, when summer is over, you're like, thank God. Now it's the surf season with warm water and cool weather, and the dangerous animals can go back to whatever they do in winter. Can't wait. It's gonna be hot for a few more weeks / month, but we're on the tail end. But yeah, it's lunchtime. It's 12:20, and it's like I'm inside this metal structure which has a bit of insulation, but you can't beat the Aussie sun in summer. Not with metal and tiny bit of rock wool and then drywall. But I do this for you people, friends. What was I doing? I was trying to style the media player. Let's go with full. Is it display inline? What? Okay, I know what. Okay, so what's happening, I think, is the media controller, you set the CSS variable at that level, but it doesn't really have much. I should look at the docs really, but it's the control bar here. If I go class width full, maybe it goes full width. Yeah, there you go. So the wrapper is kind of like the thing behind, and then the control bar is the tool. So I don't know. I don't want to go too crazy, but how about we make it a little bit more vertical and rounded corners? Can I go rounded LG? I imagine the elements in front. Yeah, so if I go overflow, which is never a good idea, especially if you type it wrong. Huh? I don't know what I'm doing. I should probably look at the docs, hey? Or inspect at least. Because we have all these parts. We have the play button, the time, this. Yeah, so see the button here? The button here has its own, I think, background color. So I can make it red. Well, I can do that with Tailwind. But where is the place? Is that the control bar where I go border, radius, 20 pixels? I feel like it does it, but then the thing in front of it doesn't. Unless I inherit on the play button. Okay, so interesting, it worked there, but it did not. Did I do a typo on the media control bar? Border radius. What is the media control bar? It's the whole thing? Oh, no, it does, but behind this thing has some styling as well, yeah? Is that what happens? Transparent. Yeah, so lots of elements have different things. Okay, let's refresh that. I feel like it's the... What's the parent whole thing? The controller is all of it. And I think this is where it's a good time to... You look at player styling. You can style with CSS variables, so you can see you just define the icon color to pink. Ooh, the hover background. So that's a media play button. So let's try something fun. Let's try the hover background. It's on the... On what was it? On the play button? I'll try on the whole thing. Although, I don't know. I know inline style, but you can do with Tailwind CSS, you can set CSS variables like this on the fly. Theme, that colors, that red 500. It should even give me the swatch, yep. So what have I done? On hover. Hey! I've done it on everything, so every child element on hover gets this. It's actually kind of cool. What if I gave it... I don't think I can... Can I do this? Probably not. What about this? I don't think, because it's a custom shorthand syntax. Anyway, back to the docs. What am I doing? I want to... What do I want, actually? I want to add a bit of padding, make it a bit chunky boy. Oh, there's transition. Oh. Switch the icon. Okay, let's what I would think. I get rid of that. But I love that media controller audio, and then you pass the source to the audio element. This is actually the like HTML audio that we saw before. Actually, I'm curious to see what happens if I add controls here. Does it add the browser stuff in front? No. Well, maybe it does if I remove that. No, okay. Stop making random stuff up. So, I feel like the media control bar is where I would add PY4 to add some vertical. Yeah. What about P4? You know what? It's a big deal. This podcast is like the main... The player is the main reason you can hear stuff. No, that's probably too much. Maybe P-A. P8 actually is pretty good. We might make the... there is a hover state. Oh, that's the thing. The CSS variable I changed is that one, so I can change that. What if we change the background to of this thing? Is it where the thing changes? Yeah, and then there's a bar in front. Okay. Okay. This is where I probably need a design instead of trying random stuff. But yeah, this is pretty cool. And then I can change the colors. So now if I add rounded LG, I will have my rounded corners on. Oh, but then there's the... See what happens? Behind there is the black thing. So I need here to use CSS variable or go BG transparent. Yeah. I think I'm getting the hang of the like what I can do. Definitely need on the slug page. We need empty8 here. If we're gonna have a player, we just need even more empty12. There's probably gonna be a heading first. And you know what? I also want on the media player here empty12. I'm starting to feel like I've lost all my eye for design. Yeah, okay, that looks great, and this worked. So now let's see. I need to update. You know how I went to the CloudFront URL? I haven't done that for the other show. So I need to basically visit that.
My name is John Myers.
And then copy the URL I get back and I paste it there. and save it. And now if we look at the front end homepage, we check the first episode. My name is
John Myers.
beautiful.
And I am Simon Freshly Otis.
It's working.
Also, welcome to the NavBar, a new podcast where we will help you.
So typically what you see in podcastings is when you press play, it doesn't play inline here. It opens a player, and usually at the bottom. And then that player is the thing where you can press play.
Navigate all of the new
and you go to the suggestion page and it keeps playing. Yeah. Every app that has music has that concept. So you're in a podcast site. There's a suggestion here to use interface. I've always used typed and it's always worked, but let me try, because I was like, it's surprising that it doesn't do the. So on the media player here, am I doing interface? Is this because it's a web component and I need to, in Astro, flag it as a web component when I consume it, like client web components or something? Let's have a look. I want to get rid of that because I don't want to have to. That's the whole idea of types, is you don't have to manually guard the. So now if I go to the media player and I remove the URL. No, just give me an empty player that doesn't work without an error. Weird. Astro.build documentation / web components. You can create your own custom elements, blah, blah, blah. Wrap the components in a custom Astro heart. Oh, it's making a web component. Yeah, well, I'm not making one. I want to use one. Is it considered an Astro island? Or is it with the using with frameworks? Where is all of that? Go back, Cyber. UI frameworks, would that be in there? Web components is not really a UI framework though, that's the whole idea. Try without web components to rule that out. Yes, that would be the wise thing to do. God, you smart. Let's go. That's this. P, my favorite URL is URL. You know what? Even if it's, I'll just delete that because it might even comment it out. It might detect whatever. So now it literally says my favorite URL is that. That's a dump front-end component. And if we don't pass the URL, this is proper debugging, not like the thing I was doing of trying to turn it off and back on. Although, turning it on and back on, my God, why? Okay. Quit VS Code. I don't know what's going to show behind. Alright, John Myers and I shows behind. Code. I just pulled the plug on VS Code and I'm going to reopen VS. What is happening? Alright. I've restarted VS Code. I don't care about the latest updates. It still lets me. Look, it's record any. I honestly don't know what's up. Media player has a type interface, neither work. of URL string, and then I get Astro props as media player props. Yeah, it's still interface. I don't know if it does it change. What page is that? I don't care about this page. Media player. Reload window, but I literally just started the whole. And here it doesn't know to tell me what I need. It's hopeless, helpless, helpless. Ooh. Ah, because in multiple, I thought. That's the live demo gods, and I will stop the stream and it'll work. But seriously, what is going on? Foo number. How is it not? Okay, now it bombed. Yeah, why though? Oh. Oh. So I didn't start this project. It was John, and I wonder, you know how you ask if you want TypeScript strict or loose or goosey goose? Maybe. No, it's strict. My God. Now I don't know what's going on. Is there a config to enable Astro props? I don't think so. It's like I've never disabled, like I don't think something here is disabling it. And it says strict, so you'd think TypeScript. Yeah, setup. That's the base. But we're using strict. We recommend using strict or strictest to type. So we have that. It extends the base. Yeah. What is strictest? Whoa, that's too much. There's too much red. But additionally, our templates include. Is that missing? Client types. Yes, these are client types for sure. Am I missing that? Am I missing env.d.ts? Ah. Is it what's happening? No, because I had all the types for the content collections and all that. So I doubt. Do I need to reload the window? Yes. Restart the server so it sees the temp. I feel like I'm just not gonna get it anywhere here. Yeah, so it's just still thinking it's any. It is not happy though about what? Oh. Was there an error before? Show any. What? Now that thing is gone. Okay, so env.d.ts kind of breaks the ability for the content collections to work. All right, if someone works it out, I don't want to do TypeScript. I hate doing TypeScript debugging on live stream. My God, it's 12:45. You can't see it, but I've been streaming for 3 hours and 39 minutes and 47 seconds. What am I doing? I feel like, yeah, okay. What I'm doing is going back to showing the... Don't tell me I can't go back. Cancel, undo. What kind of undo? Really? Really? I can't undo and I'm going to lose. Oh, because I restarted. I restarted, so I've lost all of my fancy styling. Damn, bro. We don't want foo. Oh, that was fun. I did all the custom styling and then I lost all of it. What you complaining about? Nothing. We're back to square one. So let's go very quickly ahead. Class equals p-8 rounded LG BG slate 200. Yup, and width full. And then we had class BG transparent. Look at this, we recovered fairly swiftly. This works. And now I don't know what I want to do. I would love... Oh, okay, I'll do one more thing. Now, almost every of the episodes are on YouTube as well, and that'd be really cool to show the YouTube embed. If I do a YouTube embed, it's just going to be like another... It's just going to be another URL like this. So it's not really going to teach you anything. So how about, even if it's the wrong thing to do, I create a custom component here just to show you how that works. Because with streaming, I'm using company time for that. So let's show Keystatic. And then I will probably do a URL thing here. But let's create a custom component. And this is very cool. So in the Keystatic config, inside the description here, which is our experimental MDX field, which is the whole WYSIWYG. And before I do this, this is the last, I hate hearing myself saying before I do this, but I want more description. I'm gonna go in one of the recent episodes, like the last one, and these have a lot more stuff. So I'm gonna copy that for the, actually, let's create a new component. And dashboard shows, I could have gone straight to plus. This one has all of this. Ain't that cool? So how is it called? It's called 16 waiting. No, what is Astro? Part 2. It's been published on. Why don't? Ah, yes. November 2, 2022. This is how long ago we stopped. That was the last episode published, and it's in 22. My God, John, what have we done? We've done the right thing. November 2. The ID is 16, and the URL, the URL for that episode, which it irks me. I have to go. I'm not saving anything. I go here, copy the download link address, visit it, copy the transformed address, close that, navigate back, create. Okay, so now we have 3 entries. Yeah. And if I go to the, where am I going? front end here, we have 3 shows. So finally I can show you the grid with 3 entries. First of all, it looks nice. And now if I go here, you have a little bit more of a description, which is a bit more cool. So what I want to do is create a video embed optional thing. But I will not keep it like this because I want the embed on every... If the embed is here, we put it in the field and it shows at the same spot. It's like a template thing, not a mid-blog post. Or maybe, can I show you a component with something else? Like a fun fact or something, link. I can't think of anything. All right, I'll do the embed like this and then I'll move it offline. But basically, you can have components here. Hey! And components, I've written recently documentation about them. If I go to the docs, these new things, you can see there's a new next to them, is the content components inside MarkDoc and MDX experimental field. And so you have 5 of them. You have wrapper, and then you have a block. In our case, we're going to have a YouTube. Basically, a wrapper has children or slot element that you pass to it. A video embed is going to be a block element because it's like block level and it's a self-closing tag. So we're going to create that. So YouTube video, we're going to use a block. So I'm going to need to import this. You can see at the top, Keystatic core content components. And once again, there's a whole flurry of YouTube video. That's the name of the block as it will appear. And then this is Copilot making stuff up. It has a schema. And the schema is whatever fields you want to pass to that block. I want the video ID. It's probably all I want. Maybe a playlist ID. And here you have access to all the fields, like normal fields. Field that text, label, video ID. So if I do just that, I have made a new type of block inside the... So I can go anywhere after this link. I can either see there's a plus thing here, and now there's a YouTube video. Or I can go slash and it's going to be blended with the rest. So you can see they all have a nice icon and a description, and then my video is going to be all sad like this. But if I wanted to make it look good, I could have a description here. Embed a YouTube video. Yes. And then an icon. So here it's not a React component, it's just the it's just the mic 2. I remember there was a YouTube play. Let's quickly have an icon. I think we want this one, YouTube. It's pretty straightforward. So I'll duplicate mic 2 icon and we're gonna go assume that it's called YouTube icon. And here I think I can just pass the icon, not the React element thing that you call. Like this. And now, because it's in the design system and it's all meant to work together, when I go once again slash and I search for YouTube, look at this. Look at this. Now it's blending perfectly with the other. It's beautiful. So let's embed a YouTube video. This part might change a bit as it gets stable. Joss, who's the primary person who's been building this design system, and Tuan, who does the UI, they're both working on other client streams at the moment. So it's the perfect time for us to play to make sure that they work like they should work, and then we're gonna make look like they should look. You can see the rest of everything in the UI is super polished, so this has that kind of placeholdery feel, but it works extremely well. And here I just have a field, but I could have 60 different fields and drop downs and conditionals and very complex structures here. So this is episode 16. What is Astro part 2? So let's go to YouTube NavBar podcast. And let's see if we find, they're not all published. Look, it's a podcast. Hey. No, I don't want this. I want the list. How do I get the list? I want that. 16. Okay, so see, the published episodes have different names because we did sometimes multiple streams. That's what I mean. It's cool. The podcast is a source of truth. I'll go clean that up. We just published all of them. But there is What is Astro number 2. Of course it's not there, damn it. Okay, I'll use the first one. Let's use Astro number 1. Look at this, witness protection. Fast and snappy, but if you inspect, look how focused he is listening to me. Okay, so when you have YouTube URL, the ID is it's after the watch thing. There's also a playlist, but we just want the ID. So in my case, the video ID is that. And see how it looks like nothing happened. Trust me, it's in there. So let's save, but now bad stuff will happen. If I go in the front end and I refresh, see how I've placed the YouTube video just before "want more navbar?" ? This is not the link from, this is actually that link here. It's a bit confusing, but basically nothing is shown. There is no component at all. And basically Astro in the content collection sees when we render the content components, that thing here, it's like, you have that, because if I show you the file, sorry, what I meant to do is show you the 16. If I show you this file, there will be a YouTube video. So first problem is I made it lowercase, which in MDX is a problem because it's not going to be evaluated as a React component. So let me just go in my Keystatic config and change this to uppercase YouTube video. What? Now, of course, the world is going to end. If I try to visit the admin UI, it's like, there's that thing, I don't know. What it's trying to say is like there's a lowercase YouTube thing, but it tells you in a very, very computery way at the moment. Something we need to improve. But if I go in the actual 16 file and I update this, basically I do a data migration, PHP artisan migrate in the world of JavaScript static MDX node database thing is the sort of similar. There you go. So now Keystatic might be happy, but the front end is definitely not going to be happy. Because it's like, hey, I see this YouTube video thing, but I don't know what to do with it. And think about it, it's nothing is defining. Astro being awesome as a true Astro thing, it's like, hey, you probably wanted to define it, import it, or pass it. So that import thing in MDX file, you can always import files inside the, like this. You cannot do that with Keystatic flat out because it wants to statically analyze, serialize, deserialize the file. So it doesn't want to have to do with imports because it can't go and evaluate that. So luckily for us, we have the option to pass it instead, or provide it, I guess. So what we're going to do is pass it directly to our component. So in the slug page, we're literally going to pass components. It's a thing that you can pass. You can see in the Astro docs. We have an object. And yes, you can do exactly that if you want to override the default typography. That's another way to do the prose thing. But what we want to do here is have a... And you know what? I have to change it to YouTube video because it's going to confuse me. So right now it's red because we have to import it. And we're importing something that I just realized doesn't exist yet. So let's go in components and go YouTube video.astro. So it's still not happy because there's the... I just changed it to YouTube video. So I need here to change it to YouTube video. And in the Keystatic config, I need to change it to YouTube. It's just YouTube is spelled like this, and I know this is gonna bite me if I don't. So, look, now it's here. The MDX component sees it and knows what to do. Obviously, we don't want a p tag that says hello YouTube video. But what we want is not that much different. Can I go file, open, last tab closed for the YouTube stuff? Hey.
Like it feels like working in HTML. But
actually, you can do Command Z to undo the... I'll show you after I copy I go share. I'll copy the iframe stuff. So now look at this. Command W, and then if I go Command Z, it's going to reopen the last closed tab. Like this. Nice, nice, nice arc. Okay, so let's go in our... We created this Astro, sorry, YouTube video embed. So again, we're going to have props that don't get respected, maybe. Type YouTube video props. We have an ID, video ID, which is a string. And then we get const video ID, it props as... Yeah, it's Astro.props. See, yeah, so it is. Do I need to import Astro? Like, is it a new thing that needs to be imported? I don't know. Here we're going to embed the iframe, but I'm going to remove the width and height because it's really annoying. And the src here is going to... We're going to keep this, but we're going to have a dynamic template instead, and we're going to here pass, instead of that, I don't know what this si stuff, I don't want it. I want here video ID. So just for kicks, look at this. The video's here. So now comes the fun stuff. Class, width, full. What happens if I do this? It looks fine, but the height is still the default one. And the coolest thing is aspect. See, the aspect 69 by default is aspect video, and quite often it's kind of what you want for videos. Perhaps we can have some fancy rounded, not too much because we don't want to cut off some of the visibility. And then shadow LG. That'll look nice, like it's popping out. All right. And if you wanted more props to the component, you could, this is just a video ID. But if you, let's say you wanted in the Keystatic config, in the schema, have a caption as well. Fields.text, label caption. Let's go here and add a caption too. Whoa. These guys know what they're talking about. Yeah. So now this is gonna be ignored because we don't do anything with it. But, and again, it should complain because we're passing, anyway. In the YouTube video here we have a caption, which is a string as well. And we get what? We get the caption, yeah? Yeah. And here now, maybe we have a figure. I don't know if YouTube video inside a figure is a thing, but we'll say it is. We have a fig caption here with the caption. Wow, these guys, and if it's not obvious enough, let's go something horrible. Something like this. Yeah, you've got your custom component, and it can have. Right now, it's just a block, yeah. So it doesn't have. We've defined a block, so there's no children. But if you have another type, which is a wrapper is gonna have the opportunity to have children. So it's not really a child, but we could have had the caption. We could have had the caption as a child. What's important to see first before I do this is to show you the output. Right now it's got 2 params and it's a self-closing tag, yeah? But if I change this to a wrapper, where are we? Shows YouTube video here. If I change this to wrapper, I need to auto-import it from components. The signature is the exact same, so this is still gonna work. But it's not gonna work with the... Yeah, I guess it still works because the schema is... Yeah, okay. So what I wanted to do is remove the caption and put it here as a child, because wrappers have children, but you can have anything. You can have a H2, and you can have a code block, and you can have another YouTube video. Like, the whole idea is wrappers can be infinitely nested, but also you can, you would never do this. They can be nested, but you can also say that some things can only go in specific wrappers. There's a lot of, check the docs, it's really cool. So now if the caption was here, let me save this. The output would be slightly different in the sense that it's going to be an opening and closing tag now. And then the children is whatever you put inside. So the way to express this in the component, let's just make me sure that in the Keystatic config I remove the caption because it's now passed as a child. So now you have the children prop here. So when we look at it, it's not going to have it because it's trying to display the props.caption, yeah? But if we go back to our YouTube video here, we can get rid of the caption and use the children, which in Astro is a slot. So if we pass the slot here, it should once again work like this. So this is 2 different ways to do a similar thing. I think what's important is to realize that if you are working with existing MDX and you want to have that, for some reason you need opening and closing with children, or you need to pass. You can. It's quite flexible in the way you can compose stuff. Wrappers are exceptional to do containers and stuff that are meant like grid containers, grid parents, stuff that expects children. There's also repeating blocks. There's a bunch of different things that you can try. Let me check that question. Docs say components, props with types use interface. Oh, that's the Astro stuff. Yeah, I really don't know what's happening. And I can almost put my hand in the fire betting that I stop this, I go have lunch, and then when I open it next week, because I'm going to do some other work this afternoon, it's going to work, and I'll be like, I don't know, restart the computer was the thing. I don't know. Anyway, I think this is a good place to probably think about stopping. Let me just get rid of this yellow. I cannot leave like this. I cannot leave like BG. Let's go Sky 100 P-6. Don't even know if I want the color. That was just to make it more. It's horrible. Man, it's horrible. Why is there some? Oh, see, remember now inside this P tag has this margin. Like what I'm used to. Why is the margin like Tailwind resets everything? It's because we're in the prose, and the prose wants to be prosy. So this is typical class where you would go not prose. And this doesn't generate any CSS. If I hover it, it doesn't output any styles, but it's used in the prose. Remember the not prose where clause. So now with not prose, it's going to have the typical Tailwind behavior of no spacing. This comes from the P6 we've put around. And yeah, so now you can style it like if it was, if you want more outer spacing, let's make it obvious. If you wanted a big margin before and after, you can do this. But I think, so now you can embed a YouTube video anywhere. But like I said, if almost every field is going to have YouTube video. Oh, no. While I'm at it, I'm still going to undo this. But what I want to show you is the content view. Because I have a YouTube video, but it's hidden behind this thing, and it's kind of weird. So in the Keystatic config where we define the components, YouTube video, it has a label, description, icon, schema. It can also have a content view, which is basically the preview inside the admin UI. And it's literally, I think it's like this. Let's get the props. Now I can't, because Astro components are slightly different, and this is, we in React here in Keystatic, I can't, as much as I would love to, I can't bring my YouTube video like this. That would be dope, but this is not gonna work. If it works, I'm gonna be floored. No, it's not working. Because this is the way slots and children and stuff, like there's a few differences between. If the YouTube video was a React component, it would perfectly work. So you could export your own preview components in React, so they're compatible. Or what I'll do here, it's probably less pretty, but it'll do a job. Where is my thing here? I'll just. Should we do the whole figure? Yeah, let's do the whole figure. I'll literally put that there. Boom. So class needs to be class name. Okay, so there's a problem here. There's no Tailwind. It's we're working really hard in convincing everyone to have Tailwind. Frame border is not needed anymore, by the way. See, I don't like changing all of these. This is props dot value dot video ID, and the other one is not slots but props dot children. Tailwind is not included in the Keystatic admin UI styles, so these classes won't do anything. Now I could import the styles in my layout or what have you, but see, it's not respecting the Tailwind classes. But this is already a much nicer. And useful preview. I feel like there's some padding on the side. Oh no, because the iframe is defining the width. Okay, so you could load Tailwind on the page, or I wonder. No, that probably doesn't work. And I'm in the Keystatic config. I should add import. Can I just do that? Where am I? Where even is the style sheet? Oh, it's the Astro integration, so I don't even know. It's like a magic. The integration just provides Tailwind, and I don't know where the CSS file is. Anyway, I thought of importing the Tailwind CSS file here, but no, we can't do this. So what I'll do instead, you would really have a component somewhere else, but it will not work with Tailwind. But what I will do instead, you go inline style, just YOLO it. Actually, the figure, we don't really care. But the iframe, wow. Whoa. Style equal, yes, width 100%, aspect ratio 16:9. That should already be much nicer. Maybe we don't want the full width because it's a bit big when you're editing. Maybe max width. Oh my god, go away all the stuff. Jesus. Max width 420 pixel. This is completely random in top of my head. 540. It's just pure random values. Okay, and then you, if you wanted, you really don't need to, but you could go border none. No client entry point. Box, shadow, 0, 10, blur. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put the border radius. Whatever, man. And then the caption here, you do the same. Style equals bang bang. I'm doing something completely pointless there, but just to give you an idea. Yeah, so like arguably this is much more useful when you, if you haven't looked at this file for a bit and you're like, oh, I need to update where's the video? You scroll, there it is. Where if it's just the caption, it's kind of harder to tell, yeah? But with all that said, after all that work, I have the terrible news to break down to you. Like I said before, it is not making much sense to me if every video has a YouTube video to have to place it manually in the context of a storytelling thing. And so I will find the URL here, which is okay, I'm gonna regret this, mp3 URL. And here YouTube video. I know it's Y uppercase YT, but if the Y is small, I want the T small too. Don't ask why. That just makes sense in my head. YouTube video ID, fields.text. Come on, help me out. Label, YouTube video ID. Give me the perfect description. You know what I want. The ID of the YouTube video for this show. Dash, not the full URL. Thank you. I knew you had it in you. Okay, so now I've borked thing. I need to do a find and replace for URL. Oh, that's dangerous. So we don't want this one. We don't want this one. Is it the only 4 places? Package log. I don't care. URL. Okay, let's start with these. Yeah, let's do that and break everything. I mean, here it didn't really need to change, but it makes sense to kind of follow along with the same name. I'm sure that it's broken in a few places. MP, no, that's good. What about Keystatic config? MP3. Yeah, okay, I should have removed that one. MP3 URL. Okay, let's visit the admin. I would be surprised if not everything is broken. Okay, so now, what's a bit nicer now is that when you access, if I go to slug, when you access a show, it's MP3 URL, which is URL gets like, what is it? The website, is it? Yeah, MP3 is like clear as mud, as they say. Ah. Okay, so let's look at the front end. Yeah, okay, we've broken things. What are we passing? Media player. Maybe it was just about refreshing the site. We're passing the wrong URL now. We borked it. Well done, Simon. Do some sweeping changes across the code base. Okay, so that happens in the slug page. We get the shows, which contain the MP3 URL. And then we pass the media player. It's here, it's MP3. Ah, the media player doesn't really need to know it's an MP3 URL. This is what I was saying before. But then when you pass props and change them, it's kind of weird. Anyway, let's go like this. Because really it's a URL and this thing is its own standalone thing. We might use it somewhere else where it's not. Yeah, no, we're not. And also it's not a media player, it's an audio player. Like, I'm just losing my mind now. Audio player. And that's maybe where TypeScript is like brilliant, when you just YOLO refactor stuff like I'm doing. It's gonna say, hey, that thing that you like, it's not, you imported wrong here. That would have left me. It's kind of nice to tell you all the things that you do wrong. Okay, I think. Yes, Aaron is consistently smarter than what I'm doing. He said it might not be MP3 or YouTube in the future. You might have video or you might have stuff. So you should really call them podcast audio URL, podcast video URL. Yes, sir. Absolutely agree. Good point. This is the difference between someone who does demos for a living and someone who builds real stuff. No, I build real stuff too, but I do a lot of demos, that's for sure. Have we hit 4 hours? Oh my God, 4 hours 20 of live streaming. It's 1:25 p.m. And I haven't drank any water. I've got my water still full. Okay. I think I'm gonna wrap up here because it's becoming cray town. No, but yes. I gotta finish the task that I was doing. I added the YouTube video URL on the thing. So I won't do the real thing, but I'll just paste a URL just to, if I go to the, now we have this thing, yeah? And it's the video ID, not the full URL. So I'm gonna paste that. And I'm gonna paste the same one in the 3, just to make it very confusing. All right. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it in on 3. Let's do it in just 2 because it's optional. Then let's focus for the last stretch here. Content config. In our shows collection, we have the MP3 is definitely, but the YouTube video ID is optional. Because we don't want a podcast that doesn't have stuff, but it might not have it might not be published, or we got angry and said some swear words and we don't want to get the you've seen I've showed it to you, that checkbox. You know the checkbox. It's in there. You know exactly the checkbox I mean. We don't want this to have to be checked. Explicit content. So it might be not always a video. So let's make it optional. And so now that we've done that, what I'll do is, instead of we have to choose, we can't put it in the middle of the WYSIWYG, obviously, but we can put it before or after. So in my slug, let's decide, yeah, let's go here after the content. So that's gonna go away. I leave it for now, but here, I don't know if I need a div, but watch the video version of this episode. And then here I'm going to use the YouTube video where I pass the see, it's optional and it's not always there, and it knows that it might be, is that what it's telling me? That it might be undefined. Yes, string or undefined. So here we're gonna have do a little type checking. Show that data. Yes, I know that's, oh my god, you do too much for me. Show that data question mark video ID. It's wrong. I was doing the wrong thing anyway, and it copied me. Fair enough. YouTube video ID. Here it shouldn't complain, but if we remove the check, it's because the thing is not yeah, we have forgot that the types don't work. Let's keep the check because we only want to show that block here. So now which episode? This is episode 1 that does not have a video. So if we go to our homepage and we visit episode 1, there is no video after. But if I visit the teaser, we gotta give a bit of styles here. So class MT8. And then the H3 is gonna be, it's H2, not H3. Text, XL font, medium. I've done a thing again where the YouTube video had the built-in margin top, which is a dumb thing to do. Oh yeah, I was demoing the yellow. Remember that yellow BG Sky stuff? Yeah, we don't want that. I forgot that the YouTube video is actually yeah, okay. Let's kill all of this. That was just to demo the capabilities of the wrapper components. Now we really just want we just really want, and even there I don't think I want to. I don't know about this like this. It works. I might want to XLS. And we might have a little HR. MT8 everywhere, what's going on? If there's MT8 everywhere, we could have a gap of 8. Yeah, let's not do this. Let's make this a grid with the gap of 8. So same result, but I'm not really having this wrapper. Okay, so the typography, everything is a different color, different size. It's the classic example of what not to do in refactoring UI, but I've done that. But I'm gonna leave it at that. So if I visit if there is a YouTube, that's the one that I'm gonna remove. But if there is a YouTube video, it's playing at the bottom.
At that moment where you were building the page.
And if there is not, like the number 1, well, there isn't. So we conditionally show the video if it's here. And I want to not do the thing that I demoed for you, which is the Keystatic component here. The whole thing here is going to go away. I think I need to remove one more. Yep. And so now it's going to complain that there is a no, only if I go to the, yeah, now it's like, what is that thing? Because now we've changed the schema. We don't have the concept of a YouTube video, but we still have that component here. So we're gonna get rid of this, that's legacy. And now we're back in business. And if you want a YouTube video, you just plop it in the YouTube video field, which is down here. And I think this is pretty cool. This is, definitely not as much as I thought I would do in the whole morning, plus lunch. But yeah, this is what happened when you live stream, you explain things, you answer comments, although comments help a lot. Speaking of, why isn't the title, text, styles in the YouTube video component? Title, text, and styles. Oh, the fig caption ahead, you mean, that I've just removed? Oh, you mean, oh no, I think I know what you mean. You mean, why don't I make the YouTube video have all of this, basically? Let me copy all of that. And then I'll remove everything but that. And then it's a one-liner. I think I can even get rid of the, and they're gonna add them because of the length, which is fine. Again, I don't like, I might have the YouTube video without the watch this video. I think, yeah, what you're suggesting, I get the confirmation, is to have that and then have the iframe come in here. And the result, we don't need a fragment here because we're not in the conditional block. So the result would be exactly the same, but then it's all living inside there. So I imagine I want to embed a YouTube video in different places, and watch the video version of this episode might make no sense, especially with the HR here. To me, like if the YouTube video is literally just a YouTube without any spacing, it probably makes more sense. So I'll undo. It's a personal preference, but again, abstracting stuff, you never know. I might move stuff around. DAP. I'll go back to this, but yeah, very good point to consider. So if we recap, I need to stop, I'm bugged. Homepage, NavBar podcast. This comes from the settings. The first thing we did this morning was to create a singleton settings that has a logo, a title, description, Twitter handle, and here it is in all its glory. And so the homepage pulls from these to display the logo, this, that, and the footer, Twitter handle. And then we created a list of shows, which we also pull in the homepage. These are let's collapse the singletons. These are the shows collection. So we use, for both settings and shows, we use content collections in Astro, which means we can use Astro's built-in tools to render them, which is always nice. Notice we changed entry layout to content for the blog. So if I go to a show like this one and I switch back, I can comment that out. It goes back to the form, which is the default. And now it's all stacked on one. So it makes sense, but I do like if you want a writing experience, it kind of makes sense to go like this. It's a little bit more like just Zen mode. Just want to follow up the conversation. So yeah, if I find that when I create components that receive props, it starts to try to be too clever and have different forks in the logic. And then I end up like shoehorning, like I've built this thing, I better use it and start adding props and making it more complex. I'd rather probably compose the YouTube ID and have maybe a heading component and just stack them on top with the stack component, whatever. Yeah, smaller, it probably comes from the Tailwind mindset of smaller concerns that you compose together rather than trying to let that thing be smart and know how to behave differently based on the prop. But personal preference, really. So yeah, the other thing we've done is the content collections. If I go create a new one, you can see the fields like title, slug, publish date. And we have barely scratched the surface. Like if you go to the Keystatic docs and you look at the fields, search would be a nice thing to do as well on the. MDX is not new anymore. I thought I had the new badge. Or experimental, something. Yeah, the select slug. There's really cool, like the conditional field is really nice. You can say with a true false with a checkbox. Or with a select even more advanced. And then you can say, look, feature media. That's actually from a real website, from the Seed.js website, where each event can have a photo or video or nothing. And so if there's no media, the field set we display is empty, which is no field. And if someone selects image, then we have an image field with the fields like you've seen with an alt tag. And if it's a video, it's got a different set of fields. So you can have a conditional field is like a little drop-down select or checkbox if only two options. And then depending on what's selected, you display a different field set. So it's super flexible for certain situations where you need to have different fields based on a different need. And then to expand on that, you can also do that at the repeating block level. So the block field is basically the same approach, but instead of selecting one option for once, you can add one, add one, add one, and every time select. So here the blocks field has either a page or a URL. And then the way it's gonna look is you're gonna have a repeating array field, and you can say add page, add page, add page, add URL, add URL, add page, add URL. If that makes sense. This is really cool. Array checkbox, cloud images are really cool. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is very multi-select is pretty cool. Object lets you basically build any object with any of these props, so it's like you can scale up crazy. Path reference I don't use quite often, but you can reference any file, like maybe an OG image or a font file or something. Relationship is really cool. I've written these docs. I said it's more like a slug string reference, because if you expect to relate a speaker with an episode and then you change the name of the speaker, the relationship is going to break because it stores just in static text the slug. So yeah, it's like it's not a strong bound and following each other reference. It's literally store the slug as a file, and as long as it's the same, it's gonna know what to find. Text, URL. Yeah, if you have more questions, definitely join the Discord. I guess GitHub discussions is a good place to talk about Keystatic. I am always happy to try help, try debug, try make examples. We have worked with Astro today, but we also have Next.js and Remix starters with the CLI. And if you haven't used the CLI before, not 5 minutes. We don't have 5 minutes. This video is like 30 seconds. I'll just show you quickly, even if you can't see anything. But basically, you pick a framework, and then you run dev, and it's set up in local mode. So you have that. This one is in Astro. You have the example with one post, and you can go edit the file. I think it's markdoc there because that was before Keystatic was a thing. But I show that you can go in the admin UI and edit stuff, and then it's changed in the front end and also in the code, blah blah blah, and then you change the code back to Keystatic. So if you want to try it out and you never tried it out, using the CLI is a great way to get started. And yeah, our Discord is starting to get pretty active, especially I think I've been pushing Astro a bit more because I really like Astro, and Astro has that sweet spot where it has content collection. It has all the pieces except maybe content management, admin UI. I'm not saying that's the missing piece, but that's definitely an extension that might make someone who builds Astro sites for clients, and the clients are non-technical, it sort of makes sense to say, hey, would you like for free? It's an open source thing to have that thing that lets you edit the content. It's pretty cool. Honestly, I'm biased, of course, but I really, really enjoy working with Keystatic. And yeah, thanks for joining. I hope you love the incredible beauty of this site. And if you have some ideas from stuff we should talk about, as I'm about to go, there's a really good question. Seems like, let's work with VidPress. It works with anything, literally anything that stores data in Markdown, MDX, Markdoc, YAML, or JSON. You can, and especially JSON, you can push boundaries of what's editable, like config. You could absolutely set your prettier config or TypeScript config or all these config files. You could map them in Keystatic. If I don't know why, I don't think it makes sense for anyone to go edit stuff in a, but some configs for more marketing people, like Google Tag Manager or something, where they have to go and no, although Tag Manager has its own thing. Anyway, it goes in a lot of places. VidPress, I think, uses Markdown. Yeah. The only thing is Keystatic will not find MD file markdown. It needs to be markdoc or MDX. But you can change the file extension and then it works. That's why it's so much fun with the Starlight, which is Astro's documentation thing, because it's all using MDX. And so I literally installed Starlight and then added Keystatic with the extension and started making almost everything editable. And that was a pretty cool experience. It works really well. And that's also, I think, why there's momentum in the Astro community, because I've been doing these things and talking in the Astro community, and they can see the stuff that I'm exploring and they're getting excited. It's exciting, honestly. So yeah, talk to us. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Oh yeah, because I've changed the homepage, but we're not doing anything with the feedback. Well, it worked. I've changed the URL, so I've broken the confirmation message, but the thanks for watching is still a thing. Thanks for watching. And on that note, I am now going to wrap it up. Thanks you so much for all your attention and patience and help. Aaron, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. I need food. I've almost done 5 hours straight. It's 4 hours 40. This is crazy. Let me wrap up by going back to that view so you can see how rugged I am. It's hot. It's very hot. It's been fun. I feel like I could have built the same thing in an hour and a bit if I didn't live stream, but also live streaming takes some time, but it's also how you get people to discover and try stuff out. Every time I've streamed, someone reached out and said, hey, I completely discovered that. It's amazing. And I've seen a big growth in the community, in our Discord, in the usage. Yeah, my job is to get people to try it, give us feedback so we can make it better. Help us build the right thing instead of what we think is the right thing, which is always cool. And of course, writing documentation is a thing, but I think showing, building stuff is always a good way to go about it. Why are the comments much smaller on this view? Ah, yeah, because it's per scene that they're formatted. Thank you to Aaron for sticking around for so long. And your help has been very appreciated. All right. Have a great rest of your day, night, morning, wherever you are. And I'll speak to you soon. Bye.